IB Nation, welcome back to another episode of the Irish Breakdown podcast brought to you by our partners over at FanDuel. Happy Wednesday. It is August 13th. Notre Dame plays football in 18 days, guys. We are one day closer to Notre Dame kicking off their season, but today is buy, sell, hold. And I would love to talk about how excited I am for the season because I know that we all are. But, Brian, we got a lot of cards today to get through. A lot of awesome submissions today. A lot of submissions.
I think I made the mistake of saying that we're gonna not do it here starting the season, and people are like, "Well, shoot, if we're not gonna have any during the season, then or not many during the season, then we better get all of them in." There's so many great submissions today, Trev, like you said, and I'm very much looking forward to getting them. We were joking before the show, like, "Hey, this is how the intro is going to go." Trev goes, "Welcome to Irish Breakdown," and starting off with salty, because we got to get to these questions as quickly as possible. Man, great stuff today from you guys, and we're going to do our best to live up to the high standard that you've placed with your submissions. But yeah, just as we've always say, these are for buy, sell, hold submissions or for premium members only. So they will be put on the board. We had 4 pages of these today, so they were put on the board. We collected them, put them on here. And now we'll respond to them. If you want to get a buy, sell, hold in that you weren't able to get it in, you can go ahead and throw a super chat in there. But otherwise, we are going to have some great questions. And I would actually encourage you to maybe hold on a while. If you were thinking about putting a buy, sell, hold in now, hold off a while. Because with how many we have, someone else may answer it. And I don't want you to put some money in and then we already address your questions. So just hold off a while and you'll know when we're kind of getting into hour 2 if your question – 2 or 3 if your question hasn't been answered, but obviously best way to do it is make sure you've joined the board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So I put 2 bits of intel last night, just some thoughts on where the quarterback situation is and just some other little nuggets I'm hearing from camp. And you're going to want to check that out, but that's message board members only. So Trev, without further ado, let's get rocking and rolling with this week's buy, sell, hold, because we have a ton of submissions this week.
We sure do. Salty getting us kicked off. As always, the departure of Chad Bowden to USC has been a win-win for both parties. For Bowden, he has provided the energy and experience that has led to USC having the number 2 2026 recruiting class. And for Notre Dame, the more direct recruiting connections and undivided prioritizations has resulted in Notre Dame having the number 3 2026 recruiting class.
I'll buy this. I think Chad did some great things at Notre Dame. And Chad Bowden played a big role in the current roster being as good as it is. But I just think his particular style, I think he's someone who likes to rebuild and take something that's kind of broken and take it to another place. I think that's just more Chad's personality. There's GMs like that in the professional level, Trev, where they're just great at just taking over something that's not where it needs to be and then doing the rebuild. And I just think where Notre Dame needed to get over that hump and take that next step just required a different approach, not a better, not a worse, just a different one. And USC needed someone like Chad in his approach to be successful. So I think it worked out great for Chad. He's out in California where he lived a good chunk of his life. His obviously family has spent some time out there. But also, this is perfect for Notre Dame. I think they needed a change of direction a little bit to go from where they had come under Coach Freeman and Chad to then going to that next level. They needed somebody else. And so I do think it's perfect for both of them. And that's why you're seeing both programs have success. Notre Dame is in the, just kind of, we think, wrapped up the best class they've had under Marcus Freeman, most likely. We got to see how the senior seasons go, but certainly in the conversation and just a tremendous class. And then, USC is doing what they have not been able to do under Lincoln Riley in the previous 3 years, which is build around high school recruiting. And he's certainly doing that. Now they've got to hold on, as you kind of go down this process, but both classes are having great success. And I think this move was absolutely a win-win for both teams. So I absolutely buy that, Trevor.
Buy as well. Buy, sell, hold from Rebel.
This is, I was going to ask you about this one, Trevor. This is 3 different, he puts a buy, a sell, and then a hold. So I think we're supposed to buy, sell, or hold his buy, his sell, and his hold. Is that how you took this question?
That is, yes.
Okay.
That is
All
how I
right.
took
Sorry.
it.
Continue with Rebel
No
Irish.
worries. No worries. So his buy is that the defensive line will generate enough pass pressure to allow the linebackers and second level to not have to blitz as much as in the past.
Well, I'll buy that. I don't know that the defensive line always blitzed because they had to. I think that's just kind of what Al Golden liked to do. But I do think there were times they needed to blitz to get pressure on the quarterback, and I do think this unit will be better. The question, Trev, is going to be, I think the defensive end pressure is going to certainly be better. But the reality of whether, because I'm buying it, I think you're buying it based on conversations we've had, but whether or not we're right on it is going to be determined by how well the interior overcomes the loss of Riley Mills and to a degree Howard Cross, because, and much more so Riley Mills, because I absolutely expect the edge to be better, get after the quarterback. But if their improvement is the same as the interior decline, then it's a wash. So I think that's where Jared Dawson is going to be big. That's where Jason Onye is going to be big. We already know Donovan Heinrich can get after the quarterback, but those other two guys are going to be important, because I think if this is going to be factual, the interior guys are going to have to step up, because I'm confident in the edge pass rush. Last year's complete opposite. I was confident on the interior. Edge had to show me something. I'm the other way around this season.
Rebel Irish's sell is Notre Dame loses 2 regular season games. He just doesn't see them ever having a letdown game against a lower level team happen anytime in the near future, aka NIU syndrome.
Well, I buy his sell, Trev, but I think they could have look, until they show me that they're not going to have a letdown like that, I have to assume that there's going to be a letdown like that, right? I mean, that's just who are they going to lose to? I don't know. But they have to show that they're not going to have a Marshall loss, a Stanford loss, a Clemson loss, a Louisville loss, or a Northern Illinois loss this season. But the reason I buy his sell is because I don't think it happens twice. And so I buy this sell. I agree with. I think that's the way. I've never had it presented like this. So I really like that,
Yeah.
Rebel Irish. I appreciate that. But I'm buying his sell.
I'm buying the sell. Yeah, I'm buying the sell of not having 2 regular season losses. But to your point, Brian, the one consistent that we have seen from Marcus Freeman is there's a letdown game a year. Now, this season, I would be astonished if they lost to one of Purdue or Stanford. By name, losing to Northern Illinois, by name, losing to Marshall is shocking. But when you look at the quality of what those teams were, I think Northern Illinois last season beats Purdue. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Every other team on the schedule, including Stanford, would have beaten Purdue last year. Mm-hmm. And everybody but but Stanford, I think, would have beat them convincing. I think Miami, Ohio would have convincingly beat Purdue last year.
I do as well. And so I'm buying the selling of the 2 regular season games, but I'm also on board with what Brian said. Until we don't see that letdown game, I can't buy that it's completely gone. But I'm confident that it could happen this season. Then Rebel Irish's hold is regardless of who wins the starting quarterback job, we will see the other play significantly this year, either a specialty package or a performance issue.
I'm gonna sell his hold, Trevor. Whoever wins the starting quarterback job is someone that I'm going to have confidence that is going to perform well, and so I'm not going to root for that person to not have success. I'm not going to root for that person to. I'm not going to assume that and I'm not saying Rebel Irish is, but I'm speaking just my opinion. I'm not going to assume that they're not going to perform well. I mean, I think to beat out the other, as long as it's a fair competition, and I have no reason to believe that it isn't. That's not a hint like I'm hearing it may not be a fair competition, but as long as it's an open and fair and honest conversation, like if we find out, let's just hypothetically, we found out at the end of camp, like, yeah, they evaluated him and Kenny was always with the ones and CJ was always with the twos. And so Kenny played better than CJ. I'm like, that's not a fair competition. When you're asking one guy to always be with the second team and the other guy's always with the first team, that would be an example of it not being a fair competition. Or say Kenny got 2/3 of the reps of the first team and CJ got only a third, or vice versa. CJ got all the, most of the first team reps, or unless it's something like that, then I expect it to be an open and fair competition. And whoever wins that fair competition, as we've said all summer, I'm confident that person's going to play well. I don't think that even, let's just say CJ Carr wins the starting quarterback job and Kenny Minchie has a package, it won't be significant playing time. It would just be sort of situational playing time. And like, I don't think that Aeneas Williams played significant snaps last season, especially until like really later in the year. So I don't think it'd be that kind of role. So I'm gonna sell his hold.
I'm selling it as well because the package is kind of a one-sided discussion, isn't it? What's the CJ Carr package? The passing package? One. You know what I mean? Like it's
right.
So I'm selling that as well. And then
and if you need that, Kenny's not starting.
100%.
Like if you need CJ to come in and throw, then Kenny's not winning the starting job because he's not Riley Leonard as a runner. People need to understand that he's not Riley Leonard as a runner. So that's where they're going to have to improve.
Agreed. B-Jam in 41. If Clemson beats LSU, Notre Dame beats Texas A&M, and Oregon beats Penn State, they will all be undefeated at the end of the regular season. I have to go and refresh what Oregon's schedule is because I don't remember if they have anybody else on. I know they don't play Ohio State this year, correct?
I'll give you their rest of their schedule. There's a couple games on there, but it's not a tough schedule outside of that. And we'll break this down more tomorrow when we do the Big Ten. But they got Oklahoma State at home, at Northwestern, home against Oregon State, at Penn State. Then they have a bye. Then the rest of their schedule is Indiana at home, at Rutgers, home against Wisconsin, at Illinois, home against Minnesota, home against USC, at Washington. I think November presents them with their best opportunity to lose a game.
Yep.
And just to give you a little heads up into tomorrow, I do predict that they lose one of those November games. So that's why I would sell this.
Yep.
I actually buy the other two. Trev, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if this was a buy, sell, hold in terms of confidence, I would buy Notre Dame, I'd hold Clemson, and I would sell Oregon. But if we have to do it all as a one encompassing answer, I would sell the overall premise. I mean, Washington is undefeated at home in the last 3 seasons, and I think USC's due for a bounce back year. So I think those.
And I think Washington's going to be pretty good this year, Trev. I do. I think they're going to be better than they were last year. The Clemson one is so you said you would buy Notre Dame, hold Clemson, and sell Oregon, right? I agree with that. The reason that I think there's a good chance that both Notre Dame and Clemson go undefeated, but Clemson would have a tougher road at that point in time because Notre Dame would already have their 2 toughest games out of the way. Because I'm assuming, by the way he frames the question, that Notre Dame has already beaten Miami. Because if they're beating A&M and he's talking about them being undefeated, then they obviously beat Miami. Just schedule wise, anything could happen. Northern Illinois lost. We talked about that, but I think Notre Dame's slate after that is easier than Clemson, who has to play at Louisville and at South Carolina in November.
Yes.
So that'll make that road a little bit tougher. But if Oregon beats Penn State, I actually think that. Boy, I'm back and forth on this one, Trevor. Which is tougher, in your opinion, than a November in which Clemson has to play Duke at home, Florida State at home, at Louisville, and at South Carolina, with the game against Furman mixed in there, or an Oregon team that has to play at Iowa, home against Minnesota, home against USC, and at Washington. I tend to lean towards the Oregon slate being tougher in that instance. Just because there's like with Clemson, it's really just the Louisville, South Carolina games that would concern me. With Oregon, it's Iowa, at Washington, and then home against USC. That would give me a little bit of pause. And there's plenty of kids for USC that have played in that stadium and played against that team.
Well, and that combined with Clemson has the more experienced roster to handle a November slate like that, opposed to Oregon, who will have some inexperience in their offensive and defensive starting lineups. We see that the same. So I'm with you. Next one from B Jammin. First food question of the day. Didn't take us long to get into this one. Buy, sell, hold. French fries, tater tots, or chips?
I buy French fries, hold chips, sell tater tots. Ooh. And as somebody in the chat said, you left out onion rings.
Well,
I'm not a huge tater tot guy, so that would be there was one time, Trev, we got I'm trying to remember where it was, but we ordered something like it was like some sort of like fry, like a not like a I'm drawing a complete like a cheese fries. It was supposed to be a cheese fries, but when they brought it out, it had tater tots, and I was not a big fan. I was not a big fan.
I would go. I'd go buy French fries, hold tater tots, sell chips. I think chips are just kind of the more bland of the three. If I had to say, like, I would get like a loaded French fry or a loaded tater tot before I would get like nachos as a side of something. So that's probably how I would go.
I look at it more of like fish and chips kind of thing,
Okay.
like that's kind of more how I looked at it as opposed to like nachos, because nachos are more of like for me for a starter as opposed to a side. But
Agreed.
yeah.
Agreed completely.
Now, when we go to salsas here, Trevin, you've been there? Obviously, I keep forgetting that we did that after the spring game. We all went together. But what I like to do is they give free nachos or free chips and salsa, but I'll always get some extra chips. And then when I get the chimichanga, and it comes with beans and rice, I get it with beans and rice, and the beans has a little bit of like cheese on the top. So I'll just take the it's like refried beans. I'll just take the nachos and have it with the beans. That's about the only time I would view like nachos as a side. Sure. But yeah, that's my take. Apparently tater tots are super popular. I just even as a kid, I just was never a big tater tots fan. Don't know why. My mom never made tater tots, and the only time we ever had tater tots was at school, and they were never that good.
If your only consistent form of having tater tots was like school lunches, I get why you sell them.
Exactly. My parents, my mom and my grandma never made tater tots that I can ever remember.
I get it.
It was only at school lunches. I never was a big fan. I love school pizza though. My grandma would like buy extras. Like there was the store they bought them from. She would buy extras and make me at the house. Those little rectangle square pizza. Oh, those were so
yeah.
So yeah, I think we just lost 1,035 subscribers from my tater tots. People are not happy about my tater tots take.
Look, man, like I said, if your only exposure is lunchroom tater tots, those are closer to packing peanuts than they are potatoes. So I'm with you. I get it.
Yeah. Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
Another one from B Jam and 41. Eli Raridan and Jeremiah Love will have more combined receiving touchdowns than Jordan Faison and Micah Gilbert.
Ooh, man, that's a good one. I'm actually going to buy that, Trev, because I think Eli Raridan's going to have a bunch, and I think Jeremiah Love's going to have a decent amount too. So, yeah, I'll buy that. Because Love had, 3 last year? Two? And I think they're going to target him quite a bit more. But I could see like 12 combined for the Love and Raridan, maybe like 8 to 10 combined for Gilbert and Faison. So
I'm buying it as well. I think the separator for me is the Jeremiah Love, Micah Gilbert matchup. I think Eli Raridan is going to have more touchdowns than Jordan Faison, but then I could see a world where Jeremiah Love and Micah Gilbert both have, 3 or something, but I think Raridan's the divider there, so I'm with you. The buy, sell, hold, whoever wins the quarterback battle this year will be the starter in 2026, and there won't be a starting quarterback competition next offseason. I'm going to buy that. Look, CJ has 4 years of eligibility left, including this season, and Kenny Minchie has 3. And so whoever wins, it's Notre Dame is in a spot. One of the reasons why at the start of this offseason we were so excited about this quarterback battle is Notre Dame is finally going to get some continuity at the quarterback position for the next couple seasons. And so this is a very easy buy for me. Very easy buy.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it boils down to if you're not picking the guy that gives you the best chance to win now and down the road, you're making the wrong decision. Like if you're going with Kenny Minchie now, thinking that maybe CJ takes over later or CJ will be better next year, I think you've made a mistake. If it's close at all, if it's close, and it is close, and you feel clearly that one guy has higher upside than the other, then you go with the guy that has higher upside if it's close. What you don't do is if the guy with higher upside is being significantly outplayed by the older player. That's just there. It's not like Kenny's a senior and CJ's a freshman. Like that's not where this is. And so if Kenny outplays him, you have to go into the season thinking, okay, Kenny's the dude. He won the battle. If CJ outplays Kenny, you have to go into this thinking he won the job and he won the battle. Obviously, sustained poor play could result in a switch. But I just feel confident that whoever wins this job is going to play well. I just am. And if it's close, you go with the guy that you think has the best future. Because if the present's close, you know what I'm saying? Like if you go into the season and you're like, hey, I think by the time that he's a senior, that Jadon Blair is going to be better than Adon Shuler than he is now. Okay, well, that's fine. But right now, Adon Shuler significantly ahead of Jadon Blair. Like I'm not advocating for that type of switch. What I'm saying is if right now it's very close, you go with the guy that you think gives you the highest potential in the future, whether that's Kenny or CJ. You go with the highest ceiling player if it's close now. And that would lead me to believe that there won't be a battle. But the other reason I don't think there's going to be a battle in the future is because I think they'll lose this battle unless there's a quarterback switch during the season. Whoever ends the season not as the starter, unless it's injury related, is going to leave. So if one guy starts and he doesn't perform well and gets beat out, then the guy that started and got beat out will leave. If one guy starts and plays the whole year, the guy that is the backup will leave. And honestly should, because they're both really good football players. And somebody on the board had brought up, well, this is similar to, Arch Manning. Why would they leave? It's like Arch Manning stayed. I'm like, well, yeah, Arch Manning was going to start as a junior. Like the eligibility of these two guys, Kenny never gets to start if CJ wins the job. And CJ would have to wait till his senior season, if not, he'd have to wait till his senior season to start. If not fifth year season, depending on how long Kenny stays. If Kenny stays until his fifth season, then CJ's now a senior and he still wouldn't be the starter. So either guy is going to leave. That alone is why I don't see there being a battle next year. And I don't know that Blake Hebert is going to be quite ready enough to push either whoever wins this job next fall.
AST 12321. Notre Dame has two quarterbacks on the roster capable of leading the team on a deep playoff run, and the perception that neither has separated yet is not a cause for alarm.
Absolute buy. I don't know why everyone's freaking out. I think for the most part, you and I did a preview of the quarterback room. We said if Kenny shows more consistent, first of all, we've been saying from the beginning that this was going to be a real battle. A quarterback has not been decided. This was not an anointing. It was going to be a real battle. And we said when we did our quarterback preview, if Kenny can show more consistency, he's got a shot to win it in the end. And he's done that so far. So I keep hearing like, well, the media kept saying this was CJ Carr's job to lose. And I was like, well, I don't know what other people say. I keep telling you guys I don't read. But don't say the Notre Dame media when we have said the exact opposite of that. I'm not, and I don't even know that other Notre Dame media have said that. But when people respond, well, the Notre Dame media said that, well, I'm part of that. And Trevor's part of that. And that's absolutely not what we said. Now, did I think CJ would win the job? Do I still think CJ wins the job? Absolutely. But we said all along that that Kenny's capable of beating him out and would be given that opportunity. That's a great problem to have. It just seems like with some people, they're just going to find something to complain about no matter what happens. It's like if Kenny wins the job like today, let's say they announce Kenny today as a starter, the focus wouldn't be on, wow, how well did Kenny Minchie have to play to beat out CJ? It's going to be, well, CJ wasn't as good as we thought. He was overrated, blah, 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 blah. If CJ wins the job like now, it's going to be, well, Kenny wasn't given a real opportunity. CJ was anointed, all this other nonsense. And then when the battle goes on, it's not, heaven forbid, hey, they're both really talented and having some great moments, and they're both also first-year guys that are making their fair share of mistakes. It's, oh, it's a problem. Neither guy is separated. It's just like with some people, you're just looking for a reason to be upset. That's just what it boils down to. And no matter who won the job, you were going to be upset, and you were going to run to Twitter and be upset about it, or run to message boards and be upset about it. But this is what we've been telling you guys would happen all along, that this was going to be a real battle. And I said within the first 2 weeks, you'd like to have a starter named. Well, that's not until this weekend. It's August 13th. They started practice on July 31st. We're at the 2-week mark of them starting, but they've had 2 off days. So we won't be there till this weekend. So I just think people need to relax and let it play out and be happy about the fact that you've got 2 really talented quarterbacks battling. And so it's a great place to be. And I do think that they're both capable of leading this team on a deep playoff run. Do I think that CJ Carr has the higher ceiling? He's the more talented player? I do. I've said that all along. I'm not going to change that. But I also had Kenny Minchie graded out as a top 100 recruit coming out of high school. So I'm not surprised that he's making this tough, and I'm not shocked that there's a chance he may win the job. I just think there's a lot of noise out there. There's a lot of people that think they know things and I'm not talking about like my fellow brethren in the media. I'm talking about other people pretending to be that. And, look, here's the reality of it. There's a lot of people saying they think it's going to be this guy or that guy, and they've got a 50-50 shot at being right. But you can say whatever you want. I'm telling you, the battle has not been decided yet, and it's because you've got two really good quarterbacks going at it. Shocker. Just like we haven't had the safety position decided yet. Why? Because there's some really talented players in the mix. And that's basically where it's at. It's a good place to be if I'm Notre Dame.
100%. Buy, sell, hold. Christian Gray will be Notre Dame's best corner this year, but not because of a sophomore slump from Leonard Moore. Yeah, I'm going to hope by this. We know the level of talent that Leonard Moore is, but fact of the matter is he's going into his true sophomore season. He has to prove that he is an elite cornerback in college football, not just elite for a true freshman. But the ceiling of Christian Gray is high enough that I think that he absolutely could be Notre Dame's best cornerback this season. Let's not forget, Christian Gray was the cornerback who ran back that 98-yard pick six against USC and sealed the game. Let's not forget that Christian Gray was the cornerback that broke up that 4th and 2 pass in the season opener and really put the nail in the coffin for that game. Let's also not forget that Christian Gray was the one who picked off Drew Aller at the end of the Orange Bowl and put Notre Dame in a position to win in regulation. If he can maintain that level of playmaking ability, but in between you're just more consistent, I absolutely buy this. Christian Gray could have a monster year this year.
I'm buying that it's possible. I'm not betting like my mortgage that it's going to be that, because I think Leonard Moore is a really good player, but it's certainly possible that Christian Gray, who's a year older than Leonard Moore, who's played a lot more snaps in his career than Leonard Moore, could kind of figure it all out and be that guy. I mean, there were times last year that Christian Gray was better than Leonard Moore and times that Leonard Moore was better than Christian Gray. Leonard Moore's a true freshman. Christian Gray is first-year starter dealing with a hand injury that kind of plagued him all year. So there's a lot of things to look at in this regard, Trev, and say, hey, I think they're both really talented. Leonard was more consistent last year than Christian was. I think Leonard was also playing a position that allows a true freshman to make a little smoother transition. Where, I mean, I think it was Christian or Leonard Moore said this at one point in time last year, that playing field is harder than playing boundary. I had that in one of my corner intel pieces from the summer that some of the sources I talked to around the program say that the field safeties asked to do a lot more than the boundary safety. So could Christian kind of figure some things out and become that kind of player? It's possible, certainly possible. He's got the talent. So I'll buy that it's possible. I don't know that I'd predict it though. That would be my take on it. But if it's even a conversation, then Notre Dame will have the best corner tandem in the country, and it's not close. And it won't be close at that point in time, as long as it's not based on sophomore slump or injury.
Another one from AST, Aeneas Williams will have a touchdown in the first 2 games.
So I think he'll play, he'll be successful, he'll do what he does, but I don't know that he'll break off that long one to get in, which is what I think he would need to do to score. It's possible, but I'm not going to predict it.
And then buy, sell, hold. Jadarian Price will be the first running back to score for Notre Dame again this season.
So it's possible, but I'm going to go. I'm going to go Jeremiah Love, because I just think that Jeremiah Love has more ways to score, running and passing, the way that they're going to. Because I'll say this: if Riley Leonard would have properly read a first quarter slot fade, then Jeremiah Love would have been the first guy to score a touchdown last year against Texas A&M. So I'll sell that. It's possible, but I'm going to go with Jeremiah Love, just because I'm just looking at the odds. They can both score running the ball, and they, long runs, short runs, but Jeremiah just has more opportunities, because I could see him catching a swing pass, a screen, or something like that and scoring. Jardarian could certainly do that. I mean, heck, the first touchdown we ever saw him make in a Notre Dame uniform was taking a screen 50 yards for a touchdown in the blue gold game as a true freshman. We just haven't seen Notre Dame put him in those situations, though. Maybe that changes this year. But just because we haven't seen those situations, then I'd have to say that that Jeremiah has more opportunities, which is why I'm going to go with him. But it wouldn't shock me either. It wouldn't shock me if Nolan James scored the first touchdown at running back this year. If he somehow pushes his way into the short yardage goal line role, something like that, I could see that. I don't know. I'm not predicting it, but he's had a heck of a camp as well. But I'm going to go with Jeremiah Love.
with you.
What say you, Trev?
No, I view that very much the same. I'll go as far out to say as I think Jeremiah Love scores the first one, and I don't think it's going to be a rushing touchdown. So
there you go. There you go. Does FanDuel do? Somebody in the chat asked, what are the FanDuel odds for Aeneas's first touchdown? Does FanDuel do stuff like that? I don't think they do.
Not this far out. I mean, there's still not even player props in there yet because they're waiting to see who gets named starters and who stays healthy out of camp. But I've been waiting. That's for sure. I already have a couple of parlays in for the weekend of the 30th.
That'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing kind of what some of those FanDuel parlays are when you look at some of the who scores the first touchdown and all that. That'll be fun. We'll have to bring that back when they put that out. We'll have to bring that back. Bring that back. That'll be good. That'll be good.
Absolutely. Another one from AST. Jeremiah Love causes some defender to completely beclown himself, expecting a hurdle that doesn't come.
That's like as easy of a buy as it, and it'll happen early too. Some guy's going to like come at him like thinking he's going to leap over him. He's going to put his shoulder down and run him through or juke him or something like that. That's an absolute buy. Yeah. Yep. That's an absolute buy.
By so hold, you wouldn't want to be a defensive coordinator having to game plan on limiting Jeremiah Love and Malachi Fields while not giving up big plays to Jarian Price, Eli Raridan, Will Pauling, Jordan Faison, or Jaden Greathouse in the process. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't wish that job upon anybody except for Notre Dame's opponents, I suppose. But
I would absolutely wish that job on Brian Van Gorder. But other than that, I don't wish that on anybody else. Yeah.
Iden Benami. On September 13th, Texas A&M will by far be the biggest weekend of the year, game-wise, but also how many top recruits and commits will be at the game. Dare I say, a win could be monumental.
Oh, definitely buy Iden. I mean, it's going to be huge for their season. It's going to be jam-packed. It's going to be a night game, national TV. It's going to get tons of discussion that week. I think A&M's going to be 3-0 or 2-0 and ranked in the top 15 to 20 and ton of recruits there. Notre Dame's trying to recruit the state of Texas, all that stuff. Win over an SEC team. If they win that game, and that's certainly an if right now, that'd be incredibly monumental for not just this 2025 team, but also for what they're trying to do on the recruiting trail.
Agreed.
Yeah.
By so hold, you don't think anything into CJ Carr being more emotional after mistakes and working on calming himself after a bad play. I love his honesty. Not the best mindset right for our quarterback or leader, but at least he's aware of it.
I think you're reading too much into what he said. I think I'm selling that. Well, I'm buying that. I don't think anything into it. I buy that. I think the submission overstates what he said and how he said it. Like, I think CJ Carr is already dealing with the star player type of nitpicking every little thing he does and says. And the fan base is doing that. The media is doing that because he sells. Like if Kenny Minchie was the one doing the throwing by himself, I don't think it gets brought up the way that it does because it doesn't generate the attention and the clicks. That's just what I think. Nobody was talking about Blake Heber doing it as if this is some issue when he was doing it in practice the other day. It got shown, but not shown in a way of like just noting that he's doing this all by himself while the team is stretching. It's just, to me, it's nonsense. But it's because CJ Carr is the attention getter. And that's what certain people in the media view their job as, is what can I do to get clicks, which makes money, not, hey, how can I write, how can I report the news in an honest, factual manner? It's how do I create the story as opposed to just reporting the story. Like, I'm still to this day shocked when we're sitting there watching it. I'm talking about his technique and how well he's throwing the ball. In no way time did I think, I think someone's going to take this and turn this into a story. I was literally floored, and I shouldn't be by now. I've been doing this for over 15 years. I shouldn't be surprised by that. But to a degree, I still am, because when I first started, I joined a Notre Dame beat back in 2010 that had, Tim Priester and Lou Emoji and Tim O'Malley and people who they wanted to tell the story, and not, hey, how can I spin things to get interest and clicks and things like that. Media certainly changed a whole lot.
Another one from Adon. You knew Tae Johnson would be a dog pretty good after you told us all that Notre Dame told him he had to improve his grades greatly, and he actually accomplished the goal. It says a lot. You already knew he had the talent.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you've got the talent he has, tall, long, athletic, and then you find out, and so people that don't understand this, early in Tae Johnson's career, high school career, we were told he likes Notre Dame. It's going to be tough to get him into school. And Tae was told, if you want to get to Notre Dame, you've got to do A, B, C, D, and E, that type of thing. And he did it, and did it well, and impressed people at Notre Dame to the point where they got him into the class and held on. I mean, there was like never any question. Like I was told this by somebody that Tae had talked to Notre Dame. He wanted to go visit Colorado with a friend of his who was being recruited by Colorado. And at the time, Notre Dame had that committed players can't take visits. And so Tae was like, all right, cool, I won't go. It wasn't even a deal, because he was committed to getting to Notre Dame, which is not an easy path for anybody. And he was stuck to it. So when you're like, if you're willing to do all that just to get here, he's going to put in the work once he gets here on the field. Like, that was going to be the easy part. So no, I'm not surprised at all. I would say if he steps up and is a dude this year, and that's still an if, we need to see it. I like what I'm hearing so far, but if he does, it won't surprise me. It was a matter of when, not if. With Tae, my only concern with Tae was, would he be able to stay healthy? Because he had that shoulder injury as a senior, and I always get a little nervous with young guys that have shoulder injuries, because those things sometimes, with some people, they just have it once and it goes away. With other people, that can be a bit of a recurring problem. And I said, as long as he's healthy, there was no question that Tae, to me, was going to be a factor at Notre Dame. It was just, will it be 2025? Will it be 2026? That's kind of the question about it. Yep.
Irish Breakdown likes Teddy Gerard much more than Peter Bork, and his skill is better and upside is much higher. Buy, sell, hold.
I buy that. I like him more than Peter Bork. I'd say now it's much more than Peter Bork. I liked Peter Bork early on. I'd have been fine Notre Dame taking him early on. I saw somebody put something out. One of the national recruiting reporters put this out the other day, Trevor, that he's older than Bryce Underwood. He's already 18 years old. He's a rising junior. And I'm pretty sure Teddy Gerard's only 16. Maybe just recently turned 17. That kind of concerns me a little bit about how much better is Peter Bork going to get. If he's already 18 and he's not going to get a ton bigger, how much stronger is he going to get? So those were all question marks for me. And so I think Teddy always had more tools. Peter was more advanced. Well, now you understand why Peter was more advanced on high school film, because he's older. He's a year or two older than Teddy is. So now it's like it only increases my opinion that Teddy has the higher ceiling. So I'll buy that.
And then buy, sell, hold. This will be our last buy, sell, hold until January 28th of 2026.
Sell. So we're going to have a buy, sell, hold probably next Wednesday. And then we'll also have a buy, sell, hold in the bye weeks. And then we'll probably have some in between the end of the regular season and the first playoff game. You like that, right, Trev? Not like a bowl game, but the first playoff game. So we'll have a few. But when it's game week, we won't have them during game week. But we'll still have one more next week. And we may have one the week of the Miami game, since we have an extra day of prep. Since the game's not till Sunday, we might still have one that week. But next week we'll definitely have one. And like I said, we'll have one during the bye weeks. So I'm going to sell that one, I did.
All the more reason to be on the premium message boards. You'll know when it'll go down. That's for sure. Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold from Dane Dad 22. The reason the starting quarterback has not been announced or determined yet is because both are balling out and making the decision really difficult for the coaching staff.
That's part of it. I mean, I think they're also both younger guys that are still getting their feet wet in this kind of competition. So I think that's part of it. I think part of it is there's some ups and downs from both of them. And that's partly because they're playing, in my opinion, one of the 5 best defenses in college football. There's some receivers they're both getting to know. So I think there's just it's just typical. First, we've said this before too. First 2 weeks of camp, first week especially, your defense is going to be ahead of your offense. And with so many guys returning on defense, that's kind of part of it as well. But I think that's part of it. I don't, from everything I've been told, I don't take them not having a guy named by now as a problem. If we're sitting here at this point in time a week from now, and I haven't been told, hey, I think so and so is separated, he's now even I don't care about when it's announced, but if we don't know that that's happened, then I'll maybe get a little bit concerned. But for now, I'm comfortable with where it is. Very comfortable.
Biso hold whoever starts at right guard while Charles Jagasaw is recovering will be so good, and the offensive line chemistry will be too good to make a change when Jags is fully healthy.
I'm going to hope by that one, just because that'd be a great thing for Notre Dame, and I still don't know when Charles Jagasaw is going to get back. But I'll say this, all 5 guys along the offensive line better be playing well when Charles Jagasaw returns.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're not, let's say Gerby Lambert wins the starting right guard job, just for argument's sake. And Jagasaw comes back middle of the year and Emil Wagner's struggling. You don't think they'll consider moving either Charles or Gerby to right tackle? If it's Sullivan Absher at right guard, you don't think they might consider moving him to right tackle or putting Jagasaw at right tackle and leaving Absher at right guard? If Anthony Knapp is struggling, you don't think they might consider putting Jagasaw at left guard? If Billy Schrouth is struggling, do this. If Ashton Craig is struggling, you don't think they might consider maybe kicking Anthony Knapp inside it and putting one of those guys at left tackle? The point is that because Jagasaw has positional flexibility, because Absher and Lambert both have positional flexibility, and because Anthony Knapp, in my opinion, has positional flexibility, everybody's kind of job is going to be on the line when Jagasaw returns if they're not playing well.
Yep.
But the hope is that they're playing so well that you're just like, dude, we don't want to mess up this chemistry. That's the ideal place to be. And that would be, disappointing for Charles Jagasaw, but at the same time, like, what are you supposed to do? You've been hurt a lot. What are we supposed to do? Like, wait until you come, you know what I mean? Like, guys are handling business. And I also think it gives them some time to work Jagasaw back into shape like they did last year. I mean, he practiced before the 2 playoff games before he got inserted. He got practice a little bit for Indiana, definitely was back in, the swing of things for Georgia, and then practiced the week of the Penn State game. So he had been out there for a few weeks before he got that first start against Ohio State, and that would give you some time to do that. But look, in a 16-game season, it's going to be tough for you to have everybody healthy. And we've already seen that with Jagasaw. So certainly if somebody else goes down, then you've got him ready to go when he gets back. So that'd be a nice problem to have, but we'll see. I just want to see that guy perform well enough to just be good. I don't really care about keeping Jagasaw. Just do your job well, and this team is going to be really good.
At the bare minimum, I don't want it to be a situation where the moment that Jagasaw can be activated, he has to just immediately step in and start.
Right.
Let him get back to 100, and honestly, in his case, 110%. So when he is, or if he's inserted in the lineup, he can perform to the best of his capabilities. It's not a point where they're midway through the season. It's like, dude, Jags has to come back like now. As long as it's at that level, I'm cool. Another one from Dane Dad 22. The rotations of the defensive line will include as many as 12 or more players by the end of the season, which include Josh Burnham, Junior Tuialamaka, Bryce Young, Boubacar Traore. I'm assuming that's Logan Thomas. Preston Zinner, Jordan Vitello.
Yeah.
When healthy, Heinisch, Onye, Rubio, Mookum, Dawson, Dixon along the interior.
Sell that. It won't be 12 deep. It'll be like I don't see if Heinisch, Onye, Rubio, Mookum, and Dawson are all healthy and playing well, I don't see Davion Dixon playing more than 4 games because I think they're going to want to preserve a year of eligibility. Now, what they may do is they may play him in a game early and then maybe play him a game in October, then maybe ramp him up in a couple games in November. So that way he's ready to help out in the playoff and maybe play a little bit more in some short yardage goal line situations in the playoff. But I would prefer he take a season of eligibility, and you don't even have Elijah Hughes in there. He might maybe be that 6th guy on the D tackle rotation, but I think Davion will probably take a year, but I don't think it'll be 12. if when Botelho comes back, either Zinter or Thomas would see less reps.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't see them going 3 deep at every D-line position.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm with you.
Yeah. And
same question.
I feel the same way about this next one, Trevor, at safety. They won't go 6 deep. And Ben Minnick's playing more nickel now than he is safety. So they won't go more than, because he listed 7 there, and he says as many as 6. I think it'll be a 4 to 5 man safety rotation. Mm-hmm. That's what I think it'll be.
Agreed. Nello 87, CJ Carr or Kenny Minchey will be a finalist for the Heisman Trophy in the 2026 season.
What do you think, Trev?
I mean, I'm going to hope by that one. For 2 reasons. One, that means that Notre Dame is having a heck of a year in 2026. Or like we alluded to earlier, whoever wins the starting quarterback job, the other one is likely going to transfer, as they should. And I want to see both of them succeed, whether that's at Notre Dame or somewhere else. Ideally, it's not going to be, a team on Notre Dame's future schedule, because that would be a little daunting going up against a potential Heisman Trophy finalist on Notre Dame's schedule. But I'm going to hope by it for those 2 reasons. I want to see both of them succeed, ideally at Notre Dame, but that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I think the pass game is going to really take off in 2026. Whoever wins the job, I think, will be in that conversation. I think they're going to get plenty of attention for how they perform this season. Going into next season, they're going to be getting a lot of that conversation. So I could certainly see that. Absolutely could see that. I mean, the offensive line in 2026 is going to be ridiculous. There's going to be some question marks at tight end because you're going to lose Eli Raridan. You're going to lose Malachi Fields, Will Pauling. But you're still going to probably have Greathouse coming back. You're going to have Faison coming back, Micah Gilbert, Cam Williams, KK Smith, Elijah Burris. You're going to have Scrap Richardson going into year 2, Logan Saldate. And then you're going to be welcoming Caden Finley and Bubba Frazier and all those guys. So, I think they'll be a very, very good offense in 2026. And they've got a quarterbacks coach or an offensive coordinator who just had a guy win the Heisman not that long ago. So, I'll buy that.
Buy, sell, hold. Mike Elko could win a national championship as the head coach at Notre Dame.
Yeah, buy. I think Mike Elko's a very good coach. I think he recruits well. I think he understands Notre Dame. So, sure. I don't know that I think Mike Elko's as good of a coach as Marcus Freeman based on what we've seen. And I hope that we're not questioning that after September 13th, but I think Mike Elko's a heck of a coach. I mean, it's part of the reason I have A&M so high on my preseason SEC list is because of my opinion of Mike Elko as a coach. So certainly could see that.
Nello 87, in an alternative universe, Luke Fickell is hired as the head coach at Notre Dame over Marcus Freeman in 5 years at the helm. He goes 9-3 in the regular season each year, never making the playoffs, but ends each season with a bowl win, 10-3 with a total record of 50-15. After 5 years, Notre Dame is in college football purgatory and does not make a change at head coach.
Buy. And that's what we saw with Brian Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'll buy that. He would win too much to make a change, but not enough to be a team that is going to the next level. So I'd buy that.
Agreed.
Glad we don't have to think about that. I want to move on from that one real quick.
Yep. Buy so hold. Jaden Greathouse will leave for the NFL after this season.
I'm going to sell that, but I don't necessarily sell that with great conviction just because he's certainly capable. I mean, if he does all season what he did in the last 2 games, he's probably gone after the season, but I don't quite see that level of jump from him. It's possible, but I think he'll come back for a senior year. But again, I don't do it with tons of conviction.
Yeah, I'm torn on this one. I want to sell it because I want to see him come back for a senior year, but if he does, we know what type of season Notre Dame had, and we know what type of season Jaden Greathouse had.
And it makes the conversation about the quarterbacks and next year's Heisman thing a little bit easier to answer too, because if they're producing well enough for Jaden Greathouse to put up those kind of numbers, then I would say that it's probably a good sign.
Buy, sell, hold. Ryan Day will leave for the NFL after this season, prompting the Notre Dame fan base to lose their minds about Coach Freeman taking the Ohio State job.
I don't know if Ryan Day is going to leave, but I'm going to buy that because of the fact that if Ryan Day leaves Ohio State for whatever reason, his choice or somebody else's, The Notre Dame fan base online is going to lose their ever-loving minds. Yes.
I am wholeheartedly buying this. The Notre Dame fan base online is going to lose their minds of any coaching job that opens up after the 2025 season because
Any
Marcus
big
Freeman's
time
name,
Yeah.
in the
Bama
NFL
comes open, Georgia comes open, and if that's a great point. Yep, that's a great point.
I mean,
Sorry.
Carolina Panthers could fire their head coach, and Marcus Freeman will be one of the 42 coaches listed. And there will be stuff on the premium message boards. There's going to be stuff on Twitter. There's going to be stuff everywhere around, will Marcus Freeman leave? Is this his time? And yep, definite buy.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold from G. Sloots. Down at half in the championship game, Lou Holtz gives a more motivational halftime speech than Marcus Freeman.
Oh, I'm going to sell that. I think it's going to be very similar. They're different styles, but if you saw the way, I mean, look, part of the reason that Notre Dame came out and was a really good second half team last year is partly because Marcus Freeman's good at giving those halftime rah-rah speeches. We saw it in the Penn State game.
Mm-hmm.
We saw later what he said at halftime, but then we can go back and be like, yeah, that would explain why that team came out in the first 3 plays of the second half, just ran the ball right down Penn State's throat and had a chip on their shoulder. I mean, it was very obvious from the first couple carries, this team's playing with a little bit of chip on your shoulder. Now, you didn't think it was going to be that way on the first play because they freaking false started. But after that, you're like, oh, okay, there's a little something different. And then when they hit that big play, you're like, all right, cool. But, I mean, we saw that a lot. We saw them come out that way in a lot of games, come out in third quarter and just say, hey, it's a little bit of a different team. So I'm going to sell that because I think it's a draw for me. So, I mean, maybe that's a hold, but I'm going to sell that Lou gives more. I think it's very similar. And I think part of his Coach Freeman has learned from, I mean, he spent a lot of time with Lou Holtz in his tenure. And I think he understands, he's got that and a little bit of that in him.
The first series on defense will not consist of a third down completion in the middle of the field, and the safeties will have less interceptions because of the coordinator change.
Well, I'm going to hope by that first one. Sure. Yeah, they don't give up a third down completion in the middle of the field. That'd be great. And the second part, and I think both of these related to the coordinator change. I mean, I think Notre Dame was pretty good on third down last year too. But the safeties have less interceptions because of the coordinator change. I definitely sell that one because I think that the safeties playing more zone, and even if it's 10% more zone, 15% more zone, which is not a lot of a change, that's still going to put them in situations where they're going to have more opportunities to pick balls off on deep throws or tipped balls or kind of like robbing down underneath like we saw from Adon Shuler in the first practice and saw from him last year. So I think if anything, if they have less interceptions, it's because of not having Xavier Watts and his incredible ball skills anymore, but it won't be because of the coordinator change, in my opinion. So I'll sell that one. It's a fair question, but I'll sell it.
Yeah, agreed. I'm selling it as well, but I also think it could be because maybe the pass rush gets home a little bit quicker than it did last season as well. It could be more effective. Notre Dame has been through coordinator changes before in the past, and that hasn't really affected safety's production as far as interception goes. I mean, it didn't affect Alohi Gilman and Jalen Elliott, didn't affect Kyle Hamilton, didn't affect Xavier Watts. And so I would be shocked if it affected this group as well. So I'm with you. Another one from G. Sloots, buy, sell, hold. If Notre Dame could not play their starting 11 on defense, they would still finish over 500 because the depth is so good.
No, easy buy. I mean, let's talk about what their starting lineup would look like if they couldn't play the starters. So we're going to go with Josh Burnham and Boubacar as the starters. Fair? We'll go with Onye and Rubio as the starters as D tackle. Is that agreeable? So then your starting defensive line would be Bryce Young, Junior Tuilamaka, Jared Dawson, and Donovan Heinisch or Armel Mukum. That's still a pretty good D-line. With, you'd have Logan Thomas coming off the bench. You'd have Cole Mullins in the rotation. You'd have Armel Mukum or whoever doesn't win the job. So we said you'd have Jared Dawson and Heinisch, and then you'd have Mukum still in the rotation. You'd have, Davion Dixon in the rotation. You'd have Elijah Hughes in the rotation. Your starting linebacker room would be Kingston Viliama, Asa at Mike, and Jaden Osbury at will. Just going with the assumption that Drake Bowen and the veteran linebacker Jalen Seed are starters, just for argument's sake. And if Jalen Seed does start, Then you've got Jalen Snead as your starting will linebacker and whoever, you know what I mean? So let's say Jaden Osbury starts at will. Then, okay, your starting inside linebackers are Kingston and Jalen Snead. Either way, it's a win. Your safety room is going to be, let's just say that Jalen Stroman starts at safety and Adon Shuler, just for argument's sake, the veteran guys. Or let's just go Luke Talich and Adon Shuler, just for the sake of returners. And you've got so then you'd have Tae Johnson and Jalen Stroman starting at safety with Jadon Blair working into the rotation. I still feel pretty good about that. Your nickel would not be would now be Carson Hobbs instead of Devontae Smith, and your starting corners, it'd be freshmen, which would be problematic, but you'd have two really talented top 100 caliber players at freshman at cornerback with Dallas Golden and Mark Zachary, and having Cree Thomas mixing in and Chance Tucker. So you'd have some questions about your depth at some spots, but that's still a very talented defensive unit that is certainly going to go at least. I think if they had to do that, they'd be at least 8-4, 9-3 at least in that scenario.
Oh yeah, there's an outside chance
how good the offense is.
Yeah, there's an outside chance they still make the playoffs if they had to start their backups. I absolutely buy that.
And that hasn't been true for most of my last 30 years.
I am Tenzin. Buy, sell, hold one each. Kansas State, BYU, Arizona State.
Ooh. That's a tough one, Trev, because those might be my three favorites in the Big 12 this year. But based on where I'm at right now, without getting too much into it, because we're going to have a Big 12 preview coming up soon, I'm going to go buy K-State, hold Arizona State, sell BYU.
I'm going to buy Arizona State, hold Kansas State, sell BYU. So not too far off.
Okay.
Then buy, sell, hold. Alabama, Miami, and LSU don't deserve an AP preseason top 10 ranking, but due to a lack of other strong candidates, they are there by default.
I'll sell that. I'll sell it because not necessarily because Miami, LSU, and Bama don't deserve it, because I do think Bama deserves a top 10 preseason ranking. I don't have Miami and LSU in my top 10. Trevor, I know you do. I'm selling it because I don't think there's a lack of other strong candidates. I think there's biases towards those strong candidates. I mean, Indiana was a top 10 team last year that has a lot coming back, but it's Indiana. Arizona State was a top 10 team if you look at how they played late in the year, and they've got a lot coming back, but that's still Arizona State. I think that's more of the bias. And so teams like Miami, LSU, that are some of the bigger name known programs, even though they haven't accomplished as much as some of those other teams the last couple of years, are going to get that hype because of who they are. I don't think those teams aren't strong candidates. I just think they're not the big name candidates. And it's just easier for the group thing to say, let's throw LSU in there and Miami in there. And I also think those teams all did well to improve certain areas this offseason. I mean, I understand the LSU hype. I don't have them in the top 10, but it's not one where I'm like, what is this insanity? Like this is craziness. I'm not saying that either. They've got to show me more than Bama does. Well, what about Bama? Well, I watched Alabama destroy LSU last year at LSU. So I think Alabama we've talked about their issues. I don't have a problem putting Bama in the top 10 because I have them in the top 10. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. I just think it's more, there's no way they're going to put Indiana and Arizona State in the top 10, more so than anything else.
It also comes down to, how do you decide who deserves a preseason ranking before we've watched any of these rosters play a game?
But see, that's a great thing, Trey, because it depends on, you and I have talked about this. Our preseason rankings are different than our postseason predictions.
Yes.
So a preseason ranking should be based on what teams did last year combined with what they have coming back and what they've been able to add to their roster.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's fair to look at a team like Indiana and say, with what they have coming back and things like that we can expect them to be really good again. Do I think that Indiana is going to finish in the top 10? I do not. Do I think that Indiana deserves to be ranked in the preseason top 10? I do. And that's the thing for me. Could LSU finish in the top 10? Yes, they can. Does LSU belong in the top 10 preseason? No, they don't, because the difference in Indiana and LSU is, number one, Indiana was really good last year. LSU wasn't. It was a 4-loss team that finished the year unranked.
Mm-hmm.
The other part of it is LSU's depending a lot more on new players than Indiana is. Both teams have portal additions. Indiana's got a new portal quarterback, but Indiana, to me, brings a lot back of their core than LSU does. And so that's really where the difference is. If you were to ask me who should be ranked higher in the preseason, I'd say Indiana. Who do you think is going to finish ranked higher at the end of the year? LSU. That would be what I would say. So it just depends on how you view a preseason ranking. A preseason ranking for me is where should they be to start the season. That's what it should mean. It should not be a prediction of how you think things are going to go. That's the proving it part to me. Because if you are making a ranking before we've seen a team play a game, then it has to be about things we know and don't know. And that's why I don't think Miami and LSU deserve to be in the top 10, but I'm also not losing my mind about it because I'd have them in the top 15. At least I have LSU. I have LSU, I think, what was it, like 12th or 13th, Trev?
Yep.
I'm not going to be upset about people having them in the top 10. I think it's a little nutty when some people start putting them 5th and 6th, but, I mean, this is the team that won a championship 4 years ago. And most media don't have the knowledge and opinion of Brian Kelly that I do, which is if they had a better coach, I might say it's more legitimate to have LSU in the top 5.
Sure.
But they don't. That's the difference.
Getting into part 2 of the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by FanDuel. Another buy-sell hold from Tenzin. IU fans will riot if their team can't replicate their success from last season.
Sell. They won't care. They'll be upset for 5 minutes, and they're going to be like, but by then basketball season will already started.
Oh, we're going to see.
They didn't riot when their basketball team wasn't good last year, Trev. If they're not going to riot when their basketball team's not good, they're not going to riot because their football team's not good. Not Indiana, no. So
no, we're going to see a lot of what we saw after the playoff game. It was, Indiana can go in and absolutely beat Notre Dame. Indiana's kings of the state and yada, yada, yada. And then they lose convincingly. And then they switch the tone to, well, we were just happy to be here. I mean, we were playing with house money. Nobody expected it. That's exactly what it'll be this year.
And honestly, it should be. If Indiana's an 8-4, 9-3 team again this year, they should say, you know what? Signetti has some staying power. No, we weren't as good as last year's team, but we're still a darn good football team. That's how they should feel. Honestly, I mean, they shouldn't expect it. You're Indiana. You enjoy when you have that level of success. You don't ever expect it or demand it. And that's just my opinion.
Another food question. Buy, sell, hold. Buy one, sell one, hold one each. Lasagna, spaghetti, ravioli. Trick question. Sell them all.
Tenzin, I have, you're my guy and I like you, but I've never been more disappointed in you in my entire life. Sell all these. First of all, you've heard me tell you a million times that I married an Italian lady. All right. So numero uno, if I said sell all of those, like that would not go well for me. Number one. Number two, I love all of those things to varying degrees, especially if they're made in an Italian manner and they're not like the Chef Boyardee raviolis. If they're like real Italian raviolis, I like those very much. So I'm selling your trick question aspect with as much ferocity and veracity and oomph as I can put on it. Now, if to that question, that is a really tough question for me, Trev, because selling ravioli is easy for me. I like ravioli, but I don't like it as much as lasagna and spaghetti. So that one's an easy one, but picking between lasagna and spaghetti is a lot tougher. I'd probably buy lasagna, my way of making lasagna, and I would hold spaghetti. Now, if it was I had to buy it from someone else or eat it like I could only eat out and I could only have one, I'd probably go with spaghetti out publicly because most people make spaghetti a little different than I do. Like I make it differently for my wife. When I make lasagna at home, I said spaghetti, I meant lasagna. When I make lasagna at home, I don't put ricotta cheese in mine. I just put mozzarella and sauce and beef and then the noodles. My wife, I'll make it with ricotta cheese, and she gets mad at me for saying ricotta because she's like, it's rigot, and I'm like, there's no G in there, and you're leaving out the A at the end. I was taught to spell things out. R-I-C-O-T-T-A does not sound like rigot, which is what her and her Italian family say. So we have a little fun about that. But did you ever see the movie Nona's with Vince Vaughn on Netflix?
I have not yet, no.
Really cute. I think you and your wife would enjoy it. I watched it with Angela. And, of course, she's dying laughing over there because she's explaining how it's like she's translating what certain things mean to me. I was like, did you guys really do that? She goes, oh, absolutely. Like they don't call spaghetti sauce. They call it gravy. Like I'm like, well, that's not gravy. Gravy's brown, but that's what they'd call it. She's like, oh yeah, that's what my grandma called it and all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, I'd have, but the way that I make lasagna, I'd absolutely buy that. That would be the one I'd have to go with. It's hard because I also like my spaghetti, but honestly, my spaghetti and my lasagna are basically the same sauce. Actually, they are the same sauce. It's just I really
gravy.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I got you, bro. I got you, bro.
Exactly. But my but I would have the mozzarella would be the thing that takes over top. Like that's why I love baked ziti. Angela make baked ziti. When I make sauce, I always make a lot of sauce so then she can use it for other things, and she'll cook some penne noodles and put some mozz on there, and whew, boy, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. But yeah, I'll buy lasagna, hold spaghetti, sell ravioli.
I'll buy spaghetti, hold lasagna, sell ravioli. I love all of them. I just make spaghetti more. That's
it's easier.
What it comes down to.
It's easier. Yeah, it's a lot easier. And I think you can do more with it, although I can do more with it since I'm kind of picky. I can put like a little mozz on spaghetti and on the reheat, or put a little chicken parm on top of it, that kind of thing. So yeah.
I was just about to say I sell all those for chicken parm. Yeah, I would. I love chicken parm, man. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. My wife won't eat chicken parm out anymore since I learned how to make. I started making it at home. She's like, I'd rather make it at home. I'm like, yeah, you say that, but you don't understand the process that goes into making chicken parm at home. You know what I mean? Like that is not an easy process at all. So yeah, that would be mine. Good one.
Buy, sell, hold from Do It To It. People who bring up 2017 Miami might as well bring up 1993 Boston College as well.
No, so I'm going to sell this. I understand where you're coming from on this. Do It To It. I really do, because it's like, guys, it was 8 years ago. It's time to move on. All that other kind of stuff. I understand where you're coming from, but Notre Dame got a rematch against BC the next year, lost, and then got another rematch in 1995 and won. And that was the start of winning 4 in a row. They won 5 out of 6, and then BC won 6 in a row. And then Notre Dame has now beat them 9 straight times. The difference is Notre Dame hasn't played Miami since 2017. So it's kind of like, yeah, that payback is still sitting in your mind a little bit. It's like why we still say like, hey, if you're an SEC team talking trash about Notre Dame and your name is anything other than Alabama, you should probably shut your pie hole. But if your name is Alabama, you can still talk because you've won the most recent matchup. So that's why I view it as different. And it's still within a decade. So it's not like that's doing the math there. That's 24 years apart. That's way more recent than that. So, and because, like I said, they haven't had a rematch. Notre Dame is, in a lot of ways, to sort of exercise the demons from 1993 BC, at least when it comes to BC. Now, what they haven't exercised those demons is that team would have won a title, in my opinion, if they don't lose that game. So that demon hasn't been exercised. But as far as the matchup that you're comparing, then I'd sell that. I get why people still bring up Miami, because not only that, but Notre Dame hasn't beaten Miami in Miami since I think the 70s. I think that's the last time they beat Miami in Miami. I'm actually going to look that up while you're giving your answer, Trevor, but I'm pretty sure that I'm correct on that. What's your answer?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the conversation. I'm going to sell it as well. Where I disagree with it is for people's uncertainty about the game when they use 2017 as their frame of reference. Like, I think Notre Dame's going to lose because you remember 2017. It's like, well, there's not a single player or coach or member of that program that is still a part of it today that was back in 2017 outside of who? Ron Paulus?
I mean, that was a coach. He wasn't really a coach, but yeah, I mean, because Denbrock wasn't on that staff. Mickens wasn't on that staff. So anyone that's related from a coaching standpoint, yeah, Ron Paulus be the only guy. I mean, we can say, well, there's a couple people in the communication office that were still, those people have no bearing on the game.
Yeah. So that's the line that I don't cross when it comes to bringing up 2017 Miami, but exercising those demons and talking about that game is still relevant So
Yeah.
I understand that. But when people are like, we should be more worried about Miami than Texas A&M because do you remember 2017? That's when you lose me. I'm still more worried about Texas A&M, but your other fans aren't as worried about it because we watched Notre Dame beat Texas A&M down in Kyle
Right.
Field last season. And so that's where I draw the difference.
Yep. The other part of it too is, all right, to answer the question, I was correct. They have not beaten Miami at Miami since 1977, the year before I was born. So yeah, that's part of it too. And they haven't really, the games haven't been close really for the most part. Notre Dame beat Miami in 77, 48-10. The next time they played in Miami was 1981. They won 37-15. They played again in 83. Miami won 20-0. They played in 85. Miami won 58-7. They played in 87. Miami won 24-0. They played in 1989. Miami won 27-10. And then they played in 2017. Miami won 41-8. So now that Miami beat Notre Dame, they've dominated Notre Dame in those matchups. That's not the case for Boston College. So it's very different. It's very different. Heck, the last time Notre Dame had played BC at home, which is where they lost in 93, they beat them, 44-0? You know, they beat them in 2019, 44-7. They've exercised that demon from a BC matchup standpoint. They ran for over 500 yards against BC in 2017. Like that one's gone. The Miami one is still very fresh in people's minds. Because if you're under the age of 40, what am I? 47? Yeah. If you're under the age of 47, you've literally never seen Notre Dame beat Miami in Miami. And it's not the same as like the Notre Dame hasn't beaten Ohio State since 1935. I'm like, they only played 6 times in like 80 years. This is 6 times in 40-something years. So it's a little different, but you've had plenty of opportunities and you keep getting beaten convincingly. So I think it's very relevant to bring up that game and that history.
By so hold, this year's schedule is comparable to last year's at this time since we didn't know Florida State was dog water.
They were so bad last year, gosh.
Bro.
It is amazing. I still am floored by it. Like like even Detroit Hunter, who kind of saw Florida State struggling coming, a lot of his Bison holds last summer were like they're going to go start 0-2, and I'm like, dude, it's just not going to. I don't see it happening, and he was right. I don't even think he was thinking they were going to go anywhere close to 2-10. They were so bad. But here's why I will still sell this, because I still think top to bottom this schedule's tougher. And I do think that Florida State is comparable last year to what I expect A&M to be this year. And when you look at like a Louisville last year, I think they're comparable to what I expect a Texas A&M to have been last year. Or excuse me, Miami is similar to what I expected A&M to be last year. You know, top 15 to 20 team. And then I would argue that USC has a chance to be this year what Louisville was last year, based on my projection of what I think they're going to be this season. So even if you look at what we thought Florida State was going to be, then I'd say it's still it's comparable to last year at this time, even if you include Florida State with what we thought about Florida State. I think if we now project what they became, this year's schedule on paper is certainly tougher than what last year's came to be. But to do it to its point, if you look at where we thought of it this year at this time a year ago, I think you could argue the top. But the difference is, Trevor, is the teams at the bottom and in the middle, I think this year are largely better than last year's teams. We knew Stanford was going to be bad last year, going to be bad this year. I don't know that we thought Purdue was going to be as bad as they were, but we didn't think they were going to be good. And I don't know that there were some other teams that ended up not being good being good that maybe they were better than we thought they were going to be. We didn't think that my Army was going to be a 10-plus win team. We didn't think that Navy was going to be a 10-plus win team. So if we're talking about where we thought this time a year ago, I think the Boise's, the USC's, the NC States, the Pitts, the Boston Colleges, now that I view Navy much better now than I did a year ago. I think that part of the schedule, plus you're playing at Arkansas, I think that's a little tougher than maybe we thought some of the early road games were last year, at Purdue type of thing. So I still think even with what we thought Florida State was last year, I still think that this year's schedule's tougher, top to bottom, just because of the depth. So I'm gonna sell it just because I think this one's tougher. But I do think it's, if I was going to say you take it literally comparable, I think is a fair thing to say. I'm just going to sell it just to allow myself to push back a little bit on that. I think this year's is still tougher, but it's still comparable.
Yeah, we see that the same. I mean, yeah, we see it the same. Buy, sell, hold. This year's class finishes with 26, 27, or 28 recruits.
I'm going to buy 26, hold 27, sell 28. And the reason why is because I'm going to buy 27, hold 26, and sell 28. Excuse me. They're at 27 now. I think that's the number that they end with. Well, what if somebody decommits? Well, then they'll replace that person. If they lose somebody, then they won't add two. There's a chance they could add another player, but there's also a chance they could lose somebody. So I think in the end, it's going to end up being a wash, and 27 will end up being the number. I won't. So, no, hold on. I'm going to buy 27, hold 28, sell 26. Because if they lose somebody, I think they replace that somebody most likely.
Another one from Do It To It. Stefan Tuitt doesn't get enough love from Notre Dame fans as an all-time great. I'll buy that, but I think we're getting into the conversation of frame of reference with like age. I mean, the best defensive end when I started watching Notre Dame was Victor Abiamiri. And then that went from, Victor Abiamiri to Stefan Tuitt's breakout in 2012. And then from then on out, it's, you had Isaiah Foskey in 22. You had Romeo Okwara in 15, Julian Okwara and Khalid Kareem in, the later 20 teens. But I guess for me, I'm going to sell it because I talk about Stefan Tuitt all the time. I mean, I can't speak for the rest of the Notre Dame fan base, but to me, I think he's an all-time great because in that span of time, he was kind of the all-time great. I mean, if you ask me what edge rusher I'm taking or what defensive lineman I'm taking, Stefan Tuitt's always at the top of the conversation for me. But somebody that was around to see other years, teams in the 90s, teams in the 80s, their answer could be different. And so that's where I'm at with that one.
I would buy that he doesn't get enough love, but I do understand why. I mean, Stefan really only had one great year at Notre Dame. And most Notre Dame fans kind of want a guy that did it for multiple years. I mean, he played a little bit as a freshman in 2011, and he was part of the rotation. If you remember, he didn't play. Him and Aaron Lynch didn't play against Michigan, and that was a big problem. And Brian Kelly dealt with it. He had 3 tackles for loss and 2 sacks that season. He had the breakout year in 2012 where he had 13 tackles for loss and 12 sacks. But the next year, also in 13 games, he dipped down to 9 tackles for loss and 7.5 sacks. That's still pretty good, but he wasn't as good because he was dealing with he had offseason hernia surgery, and he came into camp not in as good a shape because of the injury. And I just don't think he was ever quite as good. And he was a little banged up for a lot of the year. There's reasons why he wasn't as productive, whereas other guys, had a little bit more production and one big game. So, I mean, I kind of get it, but I mean, honestly, since Justin Tuck, I don't know that Notre Dame's had a more dominant defensive end than what Stefan Tuitt was in 2012. But like you said, you mentioned Victor Abiamiri. Well, what's one difference between Victor and Stefan is I think Victor, I would argue, had a longer career of production, a more impactful career. His last year was his most productive season. His last 2 years under Charlie Weiss, Victor had 16 tackles for loss and 8.5 sacks in 2005, and he had 15 tackles for loss and 10.5 sacks in 2006. So, I just think it's just a different. I think that's part of it. Is just the fact that he didn't have play as long, and just really had the one great year. I think is why some people maybe don't give him the love that I think he's due.
Sure.
Is that fair? And I was a big fan of Victor Abiamiri also. This isn't meant to disparage him. It's just to compare why he maybe gets a little bit more love than Stefan does.
Yeah. From D Troll Hunter, the Texas hype bothers you more than the Penn State hype.
Sell. No, it doesn't bother me more. And here's why. If you're going to ask me to what bothers me more from a football standpoint, I would say that Penn State to me has a little bit more reason to feel optimistic about their team because there's more knowns at Penn State. But the reason that I'm selling this is because Penn State fans are so annoying. And so like there's some Penn State fans going at a Clemson Twitter guy that I think Clemson Addict is his name. And I've seen him post a few times, like him. I've always said I get along well. There's only been like one or two Clemson fans I've ever had any issues with. I've always felt Clemson fans are pretty cool. The 2 times I've attended games there, they were pretty awesome. But they're going at him like y'all haven't even won a title this decade. You should pipe down. I'm like, bro, we're really stretching it with comparing 16 and 18 to your last title in 86. You know what I mean? Like come on, bro. It's just that's a weird freaking fan base, and I know Texas has an annoying fan base, but for my experience online, it hasn't been anything like Penn State's. And I didn't live in Texas; I did live in Pennsylvania, so I've had to deal with those people in person. So no, and I think if I was to gamble on a coach to take him over the hump, I would go with Steve Sarkisian over James Franklin. So both of them annoy me, but it doesn't bother me more than Penn State. Just because of the fan base. From a football standpoint, I'm fine with Penn State being ranked higher than Texas. I have Penn State ranked higher than Texas. Does that make sense? Like it's not. I didn't give you a football answer there. I gave you a personal answer there.
Oh yeah, I mean from a football standpoint, Penn State has more of an argument to have more of the hype. I mean, you just hired a defensive coordinator fresh off a national championship. Your offensive coordinator goes into year 2. You return 2 1,000-yard rushers with basically your entire offensive line, a third-year starting quarterback. I get it from a football standpoint, but then I think Penn State fans fail to realize that they haven't done anything with that yet. I mean, what win are they hanging their hats on? That's the thing that I don't fully understand. The thing that kills me, and this is the personal standpoint, is Penn State legitimately, I don't think they remember how the Orange Bowl went down. I'm not kidding. I think there's just a misconception there. So, no, I am selling the Penn State hype from the fan base bothers me significantly more than Texas. By so hold Michigan being ranked 14th in the preseason AP poll.
Sell. I think Michigan is going to be better than they were last year in certain areas. I think that there's a chance their record is better than what it was last year. They went 8-5. I could see Michigan going 8-5 again, but in this instance, the 8-5 would be a postseason loss. I could see them being an 8-4 team. Their schedule's challenging, but games they can win. They play at Oklahoma, at Nebraska, at USC, at Michigan State, at Maryland. They have home games against Wisconsin, Washington, and Ohio State. That's not an easy schedule, but I could see them going 4-4 against those teams and going 8-4, and that's an improvement from last year. I could see them even maybe being 9-3, maybe. But that gets them at the back end of the top 25, not into the top 15. And so you say, well, they are 1 year removed from a stretch of 3 great years with a completely different coaching staff and roster. Like if Jim Harbaugh was still at Michigan, I say I understand them getting the benefit of the doubt and being a top 15 team. But Sherrone Moore's been a coach for 1 year, and they went 8-5, and it was an ugly 8-5. And if it wasn't for Ohio State handing them a game, it's even worse. So no, I don't buy that. I sell that. I sell them being ranked in the top 15.
Kind of a good follow-up with that, with Michigan's strength of schedule being 127th, which I also don't know if I agree with. They should not be a playoff team with 2 losses.
That I strongly disagree with, because is their strength of schedule really 127th?
I'm not sure.
Like, what metric would that be on? I'm actually going to look this up because I hadn't seen that their ranking was that low. I'm going to look at the Football Power Index and see what they have their strength of schedule at. And actually, it'd be the resumes. So let's see here. Strength of schedule. Oh, they don't have anything out. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Remaining strength of schedule. So let's go to Michigan. This one has them 29th. Who has them that low?
I found one on Sports Illustrated. Per one of their metrics, they have Michigan at 127th.
In what? Strength of schedule?
College football
Who wrote
strength of
that
schedule
article?
rankings. It was James Parks at
That is one of the
SI.
dumbest things I could imagine. Like, you play at Oklahoma, so you're playing on the road against an SEC bowl team. You play at Nebraska. You play at USC. You play Ohio State. You play Washington. Like, I'm sorry, like that alone is not an easy schedule. That is not a schedule outside the top 50. You could say it's in the 40s because we don't know how good Nebraska is going to be. Don't know how good Washington is going to be. We don't know how good Michigan State's going to be. But just playing at Oklahoma, at Nebraska, at USC, and home against Ohio State alone means you're not in the hundreds. Even if everybody else repeats what they were last year, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now, do I think it's a gauntlet the way that we were talking like LSU's schedule yesterday? No, I do not. Is it anywhere as tough as Wisconsin's schedule? No, it is not. But 127th, that's absurd. And for you to write something that makes me defend Michigan with some attitude, it's got to be egregious. That is terrible. That is terrible.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not great, but I'm with you.
I could see a world in which 10-2 does not have them in, but I'm pushing back on the ranking 127th. Let's just say this, Trev. Let's say they lose at Oklahoma and lose to Ohio State. Nebraska's 6-6 again. USC's 8-4. 7-5 again. Washington 6-6 again. Michigan State's 5-7 again, and nobody's better. I don't know that 10-2 gets them in. Now it starts to look a lot like Indiana's schedule last year. But again, I don't think Indiana had a schedule outside the top 100 either. So I could see a world where 10-2 does not have them in, depending on how some other leagues go. But my sell is more so about the 127th being anything close to where their schedule is. But I'm not sitting there arguing like Michigan has the top 10 strength of schedule either. I think 127 is absurd. But there is a world where 10-2 is not good enough for the same reasons that it wasn't good enough for Miami. Now, if you go 10-2, but you beat Ohio State again, then you're in at 10-2.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no cutoff for like, if you have 2 losses, you're out. But if you have only 1 loss, then you're in. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not, there's no hard cutoff there. Because for Michigan, it's going to come down to how good Nebraska, USC, Washington, and Michigan State are. It's not, Oklahoma and Ohio State to a degree, but let's just say they go 10-2, but then USC ends up ranked, Washington ends up ranked, or Nebraska ends up ranked, or Michigan State may not be ranked, but they're like 8-4 at the end of the season. That's going to carry a little bit more, it's going to carry a little bit more weight. So what you're saying is,
Trevor, is if they go 10-2, lose to Oklahoma and Ohio State, but the teams in the schedule are what I think they're going to be this year. Nebraska's an 8+ win team. USC's an 8+ win team. Michigan State's an 8+ win team. There's a world in which they're in at 10-2.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're 10-2 and the teams that we mentioned are just like they were last year, I don't think that gets them in, depending on what happens in other leagues. That's I think 10-2 with, but if the schedule is softer and those teams don't improve, but they still beat Ohio State and go 10-2, they're in.
Yeah. 100%.
That's 10-2 with a win over Ohio State, no matter what the rest of the schedule says, has you in the play, at least in. You're going to travel in round 1, but it has you in.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe that was such a, that I have to defend Michigan in that regard. That's so,
I'm
so upsetting.
I know. I found
really
that SI article. I know. I found the SI article on, I think yesterday, and posted it on the message boards in a thread.
He said, Detroit Hunter said that he was asking that based on the article you put on there. SI also put a commitment article for Alejandro Viejo after he committed to Michigan, like a week later. they published a commitment story of him going to Notre Dame. And I texted the guy that I knew from SI and said, hey, man, you're going to want to take this down because this is just false. You know why it was that way? It was AI. Because if you go to AI and put in something about Alejandro Viejo, I keep saying Alistair Viejo. I said Alejandro, Alistair Viejo. And I don't know where I got Alejandro. I have no clue where that came from. Alistair Viejo. And type in, something. It's going to show up as a lot of pro Notre Dame stuff because everything coming out beforehand was pro Notre Dame. And so somebody just who doesn't know football and doesn't follow it saw that and made an AI article about it. Like over a week after it happened, because that's what they do. SI has had that problem in the past. It's one of the reasons I left SI. And so that's not a shot at, I know Nick Shipkowski who does the SI thing over there, and I like Nick. He's a good dude. I'm not like hammering him for that, but like that's what SI has become, sadly. So like there's some trash that gets written over there. And there's some, again, sometimes I say if a formula tells you something and it's absurd, you should rethink your formula. That's yeah.
Yeah. Detroit Hunter.
I still don't know where I got Alejandro. I have no clue.
I think you know what? Look, man, I'll call it run and cover, but I think since his last name is Viejo, Alistair,
Alejandro Viejo just sounds good. It has a good ring to it. I'm sorry about that, Alistair. So I don't even know where that came from.
Alexander, Alejandro, Alistair Viejo.
The AI guy's like, well, at least I got his name right. Yeah, I wrote an AI article, but at least I got his name right. So, oh, man. That's right. There is an Alejandro Viejo, isn't there? Didn't he play for the Steelers?
I think that was Alejandro Villanueva.
Villanueva, that's right. Dang it, I was so close.
They're like 6'9" left tackle. Yeah,
so close. Apparently, there's a drummer named that, so I'm just going to pretend that I really like his band, and that's where it came from. So I'm going to just lie and say that. So let's go with it. No, I don't know where I got that from. In all seriousness,
that's good. It rolls off the tongue, man. I get it.
It does.
Buy, sell, hold again from Detroit Hunter. Oklahoma ahead of Texas A&M in the AP poll makes no sense at all with what we know about each team today.
Easy buy. Oklahoma and Michigan are getting way too much preseason love. They should have to prove a lot more than what they are. So,
yeah. Then buy, sell, hold. Florida State going under 500 would shock you more than them winning 10 games.
Honestly, Detroit Hunter, I'm going to sell this because I don't know that anything would shock me with Florida State right now. There's no team in the country, Trevor, that I feel like right now I know less about. I know a lot about the players on the roster, but I don't know anything about how any of them are going to do together. I've seen film of Thomas Castellanos. I've seen film of Deuce Robinson. I've seen film of Squirrel White, and I could go on and on and on of the 97,000 transfer players they got on their team this past year. But I don't know how they're going to play together. And so that just, it leaves me such a, with the disparity we saw from last season, like right now, nothing would shock me from Florida State. The only thing that would shock me for Florida State is if they like make it to the semifinals. I mean, like just win the ACC, win a couple playoff games or a playoff game and get to the semifinals. That would surprise me. Outside of that, nothing else that Florida State is going to do this year is going to shock me. If they play in the ACC title game, that won't shock me. If they go 4-8, that won't shock me. It's just because I can't be shocked if I have no expectation.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing that would shock me as far as them being under 500 would be if they repeat their 2-10. That would be shocking, especially considering they have East Texas A&M, Kent State, Virginia, Stanford, like that. I mean, if they go 2-10, like that should
last
be.
Year, if they look like they did last year, they could lose to Stanford.
Oh, yeah. Well, absolutely. I mean,
they could lose to Virginia if they look like they did last year.
Yeah, because I think both of those are road games because they are. I mean, you go and you look, FanDuel has their over-under set at 7.5 wins.
Yeah.
And so I think that's going to be really interesting to see how they actually end up. But
I mean, Trev, if you really break down their games, they were closer to 1-11 than 3-9.
Oh, agreed.
They caught a break against Cal. They should have lost to Cal at home. Like their only win last year, if you look at just kind of games they might have outplayed. The only win that I thought they played well and earned was over Charleston Southern. That's it. They were awful. Awful. I just don't know what to expect from them.
No, not. I have not a clue. Bisa hold these scenarios. Kalen DeBoer leaves Alabama after a playoff run for an NFL job. Are we buying one, selling one, hold one, or buy, sell, hold each?
I think buy. We can do it however you want. So I'd say buy one, sell one, hold one, or we could just buy, sell, hold each one. Which one do you want to do?
Let's buy one, sell one, hold one. I like doing those. So Kalen DeBoer leaves
Alabama. If you wanted it the other way, he wants us to do a buy, sell, hold for each. That's what he said in the chat.
Okay.
So we can do both.
So let's do it. Buy, sell, hold. Kalen DeBoer leaves Alabama after a playoff run for an NFL job.
I'm going to sell that.
I am as well. Buy, sell, hold. Billy Napier wins Coach of the Year in the SEC while not making the playoffs.
Definitely buy.
And then buy, sell, hold. Brian Kelly makes the national championship game.
Sell. Now let's do it. If we had to buy one, sell one, hold one, I would buy Billy Napier winning Coach of the Year. I would hold Brian Kelly making the national championship, and I would sell Kalen DeBoer leaving for an NFL job. I don't know. He just strikes me as a college guy, and I don't know that that's something I would buy. Like, I don't see that, but I could be wrong.
I'm going to buy Billy Napier, hold Kalen DeBoer leaving Alabama after a playoff run. And I'm going to sell Brian Kelly making the national championship game because that would include him winning multiple major bowl wins.
Very fair.
And I have yet to see that ever.
Like, much less multiples.
Meaning singular. Yeah. Use it in a sentence. Brian Kelly has yet to win a major bowl. I mean, it's just,
Here's the reason I could see that. And again, I don't think that's going to happen. It's just, I think it's a little less odds of than Kalen DeBoer leaving college football. Let's say they go to the SEC title game and win it. We've seen him make an SEC title game.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say they play Texas, another team who hasn't, won some of the big games the last couple of years. Let's say they win 13-10. They're going to be a top 4 seed. There's a chance they get some not great team in the second round. There's a chance they get a Boise, the group of 5 team. There's a chance they get an Arizona State, a team like that, an Indiana in the quarters, and now all of a sudden they're in the semifinals. He'd really then only have to win one big game. That's still one more than he ever won at Notre Dame in the postseason, but it's still just one game, and that gets into the title game. So there's a path where I could see him kind of backdooring into a title game appearance, but I wouldn't put money on it. I just have always felt like Kalen DeBoer is kind of a.
No, I get it.
Strikes me as a college guy. Before we move on to this one, Trev, there was a super chat from my guy Drew Rainey. Want to bring that up here real quick and get to that.
And then here's another scenario, Brian. Do you want to do buy one, sell one, hold one, or
let's buy, sell, hold each of them.
Okay. Drew Rainey with the super chat. Thank you, Drew. Appreciate you. Buy, sell, hold. Jeremiah Love rushes for 1,200 yards.
Buy.
Same. Buy, sell, hold. A Notre Dame quarterback throws for 3,500 yards.
So let me just predict the number of games that I think Notre Dame plays this year. Take 3,500 yards divided by that number. It's only about 233 yards a game. So I'll buy that. Not regular season. I'm including all postseason games.
I am as well, buying it as well. And then finally, Notre Dame's defense will have 40 sacks and 20 interceptions.
If you would have asked me before the season, I think I might have said sell that one because the 20 interceptions might be a little bit tough. But they got 40 sacks last year, and I expect them to be a better pass rushing team this year. So I buy that part. And they were at 18 interceptions last year, wasn't it, Trevor? 19. With what I've heard about how things are going in fall camp, with how good the secondary looks, I'm going to buy that one as well. Now, since he gave a big super chat, let's do it. Let's give them both. So you buy one, sell one, hold one, Trev. What would you do? Well, actually, first of all, I didn't give you a chance to buy or sell the last one. So first, before we do that, do you buy, hold, or sell 40 sacks and 20 picks from the defense?
I hope that I'm wrong, but I'm going to sell 40 sacks and 20 interceptions because I'm confident that they're going to get 40 sacks. The 20 interceptions I'm hung up on because there's no Xavier Watts. Now, it could be more dispersed, and that would not surprise me. But the fact that through 16 games, they had 19 last year with Xavier Watts, I think that's going to be a little bit more tough to get to 20 in potentially one less game as well.
There you go.
And so
I still that's a good argument. It's a good argument. Now give me your buy, sell, hold, one of each.
One of each. I'm buying J Love 1,200 rushing yards. I mean, he was 75 yards away from that this past season and carried the ball like 4 times in the national championship and like 6 times against Georgia. So
he was not used. I mean, he was not able to be full, like anywhere close to full strength. If he doesn't get injured last year, he's over 1,200 yards. You are correct.
Agreed. So that's an easy buy for me. I'm going to hold the 3,500 yards for a quarterback with it being 233 yards a game. And that's assuming that Notre Dame only plays what we think they're going to play. So I'll hold that one. And then for the reasons, like I said, I'm going to sell the 40 sacks and 20 interceptions.
I agree. That's my order as well. Thanks, Drew. Appreciate you. There's a similar buy, sell, hold about that later as well.
Okay. Well, we didn't get the one in the previous card.
Oops, sorry, Jake.
No. Buy, sell, hold from Jake Flasfoler. Assuming the team is mostly injury-free, you would rather Notre Dame be the 5 seed in the playoff and get to play 12 seed LSU on a cold, snowy South Bend night than be a top 4 seed with 5 weeks off.
I would buy that. I've said this before. I don't love the idea of Notre Dame getting a bye in the playoff because of the fact of what Jake, you have accurately represented my take on this. So I'm buying that. I think that getting that 5 weeks off, and then there's a chance that a team like an LSU or another team could, if they got a bye, could have played 2 games since they've played last. If it's like they get the runner-up of one of the conference title games, they get one of those teams in round 2. Now that team will have played 2 games because they will have played their conference title game and have played in the first round before Notre Dame plays a game. That's not ideal. So yes, I would buy that. I like that, Jake. I like that. I'll buy that. What say you, Trev? Or would you rather them just get the bye and get the extra rest and all that stuff?
No, I'm in the same boat. Notre Dame is going to get plenty of rest in between the first round of the playoffs and the end of their regular season as is. I don't know how much an extra 6 days is going to do, especially like if they have injuries like they did last year. It's not like Ben Morrison was going to come back if they got the extra week and a half or whatever it would be. That, and then from a fan standpoint, I would love to be in that stadium watching LSU led by Brian Kelly run out inside of Notre Dame Stadium and then get put to work. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Jones 10. Brian Kelly will be coaching next year in 2026 at Virginia Tech, Pitt, or LSU.
Sell. Buy. Yeah, buy that. I didn't see LSU. He'll be coaching at LSU next year. And then we have a super chat from Will ND that's similar to this. I wanted to get to that one first. Will ND with a super chat. Thank you, Will. Appreciate that very much. But he says LSU goes 8-4, fires Brian Kelly, and they replace him with John Gruden. Gruden wants to be head coach in the SEC. I could see LSU wanting to do something like that. I just don't. Again, I don't know that LSU is going to be able to afford to do that. I think basically what LSU is going to have to do is what Texas A&M had to do, which is just deal with a couple of years of not being happy as the buyout got smaller. That's what I just think they're going to have to do. They're going to owe him almost $60 million if they fired him after this year. I think the only way Brian Kelly's not coaching in LSU in 2026 is if they sort of arrange some smaller buyout. Which, so like my guy, Insured by Big said, fans of other programs need to realize that BK could go 5-7 and still wouldn't be fired. I get that. But what LSU fans who don't have the long history with BK like we do need to recognize is that there's going to be, let's just say they struggle this year. There will be an internal battle from Brian Kelly to say, A, I want my money if you're going to fire me, and B, I don't want the stigma of getting fired. So I'll negotiate a lower buyout, meaning I'll retire and you pay me less money, but I'm still getting a big payday, but then I can just say that I retired and save face. I think that is a very real possibility for Brian Kelly if they struggle, but I don't know that 8-4 is enough for that. That's kind of my thing on that one, Trev.
Yeah, that was going to be my point. I mean, look, as of right now, where their schedule stands, LSU is slated to play 7 ranked opponents this year. That schedule's tough. We talked about it yesterday in the SEC preview. 6 of their ranked opponents that they're scheduled to play are within the SEC, and then they start the season on the road against number 4 preseason ranked Clemson. I mean, if he goes 8-4, that means he beat 3 of them. I mean, he will have had 3 wins over one of Clemson, Florida, Ole Miss, South Carolina, Texas A&M, Alabama, Oklahoma, with the majority of them being on the road. Clemson, Ole Miss, Alabama, and Oklahoma are all on the road. So 8-4, given that schedule, wouldn't be a bad year.
LSU won't be happy with it, but I don't think they fire him. Because the stuff with Ed Orgeron was they went like 500. They went like 6-6 and 5-5. And he was a guy that was on the verge of being fired before the 2019 season. That was they were upset with him then. But my point, so like Insured by Big said, yeah, but he won't get fired. I understand that, but the question that we're responding to is, maybe he doesn't technically get fired, but if you negotiate a smaller buyout for him to retire, you're firing him, but you're giving him the ability to save face. That's the same thing. I mean, people do that all the time where they let someone retire or resign instead of being fired to give them, but it's kind of like, oh, I resigned, but like you didn't have the option of coming back. You know, like that's my whole point. And so I could see something like that. I'm not predicting it. I'm just saying like that's a scenario that could result in Brian Kelly coaching somewhere, you know, not being at LSU. But in that scenario, back to the question from Jones 10, I don't see Brian Kelly taking a job right away. Because if he takes another job right away after retiring from LSU, then it looks like, well, now we know what happened. It's like when Everett Withers left Ohio State to become the head coach of James Madison. Bro, you don't leave the D coordinator job at Ohio State under Urban Meyer and take the head coaching job at James Madison, who at the time was an FCS program, if you have the option of going back to Ohio State as the D coordinator. If that option is still on the table, you're staying at Ohio State. But he didn't have that option, so they allowed him to save face. Brian Kelly did that with Charlie Molnar. He got him the UMass job so that way he didn't have to fire him because he was terrible. So coaches, that happens all the time in the coaching profession. But if it is a save face type of resigning or retiring, he won't go coach at a Virginia Tech or Pitt because then it would be obvious that, like, okay, you really got fired. He would go into TV for a year or two and then be like, I miss it and I want to get back in it. Then he would take another job while he gets some of that buyout money. So that's kind of how I look at it. If he's not at LSU in 2026, he's in the TV studio with one of the networks. That's where he'll be. He's either been coaching LSU or in the studio. And if I was betting on it, I'd say he's going to be coaching at LSU in 2026. I don't think an option is he's coaching somewhere else. Because again, he's not turning down that money. No one's going to pay him enough to leave that's going to match what LSU did because of some of the changing dynamics in college football and the fact that he will have had 4 underachieving seasons at LSU in that scenario. So I don't see why he would leave to go somewhere else if he had the option of going back to LSU. I don't see it. I really don't see it. So that's my take on that. So I wanted to kind of respond to both of those two. That buy so hold. There's another buy so hold that was before that. We'll get that in a little bit. But since this one was relevant to that question, I wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, absolutely. Then to follow up, Jones 10 has another one. Lincoln Riley in 2026 will be head coach at USC, offensive coordinator at an SEC school, or working on TV.
I think he'll be the head coach at USC.
Yeah.
I think USC is going to be improved this year. I don't think he's going to be. I think if you were going to tell me what's an alternative to him not being the head coach at USC, it would be, it would be as a head coach or coordinator in the NFL, not another SEC or not another college school. Mm-hmm. It'd be I'm going to the NFL like a Chip Kelly type of deal. That's what it would be, and I think he's going to be coaching. I don't like Lincoln Riley, but I do think USC is going to be improved this year. I do. Let's bring this up from ND Milton fan. He did pull up a super chat, so let's get to that here real quick.
Appreciate the super chat, man. Buy, sell, hold. The least talented national champ since 2000 or the 2002 Ohio State Buckeyes. Honorable mention is the 2010 Auburn team and the 2015 Alabama.
I disagree with that 0-2 Buckeye team. They weren't as talented as Miami, and I think that a lot of times we look at that team and we don't think that they were as talented as they actually were because they were just not as talented as Miami. And that was a crazy Miami team. But listen, if you are that not talented, you don't beat that 0-2 Miami team. I mean, that was a 14-0 season. And, that team had Michael Jenkins on that team, who was a very talented wide receiver, 1,000-yard receiver, high draft pick. They had Chris Gamble, who I believe was a first-round draft pick on that team. They had A.J. Hawk on that team at linebacker, who was a freshman but still played a lot. You had, say, Grant. Dustin Fox was a really talented player. You had Mike Doss, who was I think, first or second-round draft pick. The late Mike Kula. Will Allen was an NFL player on that team. Or, excuse me, Will Smith was an NFL player on that team. That was a talented football team. It wasn't as talented as Miami, but that was a talented football team. And I would not put them in that conversation of not being that high. If you look at the NFL draft from that team, you had Mike Doss in the second round, Kenny Peterson in the third round, Willie Grant in the third round, Matt Wilhelm in the fourth round, Donnie Nicky in the fifth round of that following draft. That next year, the 2004 draft, they had 3 first-round draft picks, 4 third-round draft picks, 2 fourth-round draft picks, 3 fifth-round draft picks, and 2 sevenths that were all from that team. Will Smith was a first-round pick, Gamble first-round pick, Jenkins third-round pick, first-round pick, Hartsock third-round pick, Tim Anderson third-round pick, Darren Scott third-round pick. I mean, that was a deep football team. They just weren't Miami. So I'm selling this just for the Buckeyes alone. I think the least talented national champ, if you're going to go back to 2000, I'd say 2010 Auburn's a fair one because I think that team was really sort of a 2-man show, 3-man. You can maybe say Michael Dyer in there, but that was a Cam Newton show. I would argue 2006 Florida was less talented than 2002 Ohio State. Like I'd make that case, but I think Auburn's one. I think that. I think 15 Bama. I'd say 17 Bama was less than 15 Bama. A little less than 15 Bama. Trying to think of, you had 11 Bama is in the conversation. I think
that was going to be the team that I brought up.
11 Bama?
11 Bama. Yeah.
See, 09 was Bama. 09. I think you could actually argue the least talented championship team that Nick Saban had was probably 09.
Yeah. Just
because they were just the quarterback. With all due respect to Greg McElroy, who I like as an analyst, he wasn't even as talented as AJ McCarron. That was a great team. But like Mark Ingram was not as talented as the running backs they had in 11, 12, and 15. I mean, Derrick Henry in 15. They had Julio Jones in 09, but he was pretty good. They were not a throwing teams. I'll go 09 Bama's probably that one for the Bama teams. 17 Bama wasn't super, super talented compared to some teams that didn't win it. 08 Florida was really talented. I mean, maybe 07 LSU. That was a 2-loss team. They were very talented on offense, but they had some question marks on defense. 06 Florida, I talked about. 05 Texas was very talented. 04 USC was very talented. 03 LSU might be actually on there, Trev. That's a neat, interesting one. 03 LSU. So
yeah,
those are all teams that I would argue were less talented than 2002 Ohio State. You could also make a case for 2000 Oklahoma. That was the year Oklahoma won it, right? It was 2000 when they beat Florida State. So I didn't think that team was Josh Heupel and Quentin Griffin, and I didn't think that was a super. That was a talented team, but not like a lot of other national title winners. So I think there's a lot of teams I would put ahead of the 2002 Buckeyes. That's just my take on that. What say you, Trev?
No, we see that the same. My pick was going to be 2011 Alabama.
Yeah. I agree with I think Terrence here, as I'm going through the years, Terrence sees that one too, so I could definitely see that. Yep. Good one. Had another super chat pop up from James Salumi.
Appreciate the super chat, James. Buy, sell, hold. Malachi Fields and Jaden Greathouse combined for 1,800 yards in the regular season. Bryce Young emerges as the best defensive player except for Leonard Moore. Or week one quarterback starts each game. Or Jeremiah Love less than 15 carries per game.
So since there's 4,
Well,
let's do each one, yeah.
All right. Well, then the first one, do we think Malachi and Greathouse combined for 1,800 yards in the regular season?
I'm going to sell that. I think they could be close, but I don't know that they'll average 900 in the regular season. Just because I think the ball is going to be spread around more. We've talked about this a lot. I think it's going to be spread around a little bit more than that. Yeah.
Yeah, and each receiver going for 75 yards a game, every game for 12 games on average is pretty steep for the regular season. I'm with you. What about Bryce Young emerging as the best defensive player except for Leonard Moore?
I'll buy it as a possibility, but if I had to buy it as a prediction, I would sell it. If I had to do it as a prediction, I would sell it. I think with Boubacar Traore, with Drake Bowen, with Kingston Viliama-Asa, I'm just not ready to anoint Bryce to that level yet. I think it's more likely that next year he is that guy. And I've been consistent with this all offseason. I said I think Bryce Young is going to be really good this year, but he's still going to be a little flashy, not necessarily consistent. Other guys are like Drake Bowen was last year, like Christian Gray was last year, like a lot of guys are sophomores. The reason I would put Kingston in there is because I think Kingston's just a little bit more advanced, and I could see him being that. So I think there's a lot of other candidates with Adon Shuler, with Boubacar, with Drake Bowen, with Christian Gray, with Kingston. I could just see a lot of other guys this year just being more steady, which to me, best isn't just the flashy guy, that it's the guy that's more consistent. And I think Bryce is still a year away from being that. I think this year he takes a jump. He's more flashy and productive, but he doesn't take that jump all the way into stardom that some people think. I think that comes next year. And I hope I'm wrong on that, just because if he does have that breakout this year, it's going to be nasty watching him and Boubacar. I think he's going to be very good this year. I'm wanting to pump the brakes a little bit on the predicting him to have a Stefan Tuitt type sophomore breakout.
Yep. What about the third one? The week one quarterback starts each game.
I'm going to hope by that one. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, it's a long season. You could have injuries. You could have poor play. There's a lot of things that could happen. But my hope is that they pick the guy in week one that they believe is their guy for the present and future, whoever they view that to be, and that guy plays well enough that we don't see a change. Like, I don't want – okay, let's say this. Everybody knows I have predicted that CJ Carr will win the job, and I have said that I think CJ Carr is the better player. If Kenny wins the job, I don't want Kenny to struggle so CJ takes over and then plays well so I can somehow be right. Because it's not about that. It's about who is the best quarterback to lead Notre Dame to championship. And if the staff believes that's Kenny, I hope they're right. Because if they're not right, then the first 2 games may not go the way that we think that they should go. And I don't want Kenny to fail so that I can be right. If Kenny starts, I want Kenny to thrive and then stay healthy. If CJ starts, I want him to thrive and stay healthy. So I don't want either one of them to not play, because the only 2 options of them not starting all year is injury, which I don't want to have happen, or underperformance, which I don't want to have happen. Whoever starts. So I'm going to sell that one.
Then the final one, Jeremiah Love will average less than 15 carries a game.
I'll buy that. I think he's going to be slightly under, because honestly, Trevor, I think there's going to be some games where he has like 8 carries for 130 yards and gets benched at halftime. I think there's going to be some games like that. And I don't know if he's going to have enough 20 carry games to balance some of those games out. I think 15, I will say this, I think 15 is a good mark for James to give here. I think that's about where my sort of over-under would be. I'm just going to go slightly under, because Notre Dame's playing the long game with their regular season with things like this. They're not building carries so that Jeremiah can have a Heisman Trophy winning season. They're saying, how can we can't win a championship if he's not healthy in the postseason. We saw that last year. A healthy Jeremiah Love makes the Georgia, Penn State, and Ohio State games look a little bit different. I'm not saying the outcome would have been different in the title game, but I think it would have been a little bit different. So I think that's the key. And then, of course, the other running backs are really good. Jared Darian Price is really good. But I think about 15 is where I'd be. I'm going to go slightly under just because I think there will be some games where, end of the first quarter, he's got 3 carries for 110 yards, something like that. You know what I mean? And some of those blowouts. So
I think 15 is a good number for total touches in a game.
That one I would absolutely buy that. If you said total touches, Trevor, I would absolutely buy that. So I would sell that. Excuse me. I would sell his 15 if it was touches. I'm going to buy carries being less than 15.
Yep.
And then we have one more super chat from Connor Patton, who is joining our show despite Vince not being on it for the first time in 2 years. So I'm thank you,
there
Connor.
We go.
It's good to see you, man.
Appreciate you, Connor. Buy, sell, hold. The most obnoxious person in college football this year will be a coach, not a player.
Oh, that's a given. That's a buy. I mean, as obnoxious as Thomas Castellanos and Diego Pavia are, they can't touch Kurt Cignetti from an obnoxiousness standpoint.
No.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah, I will as well.
It's a good one. All right, let's get back to the cards. Here we go.
Carson Jackson, Pete Nakos reporting that the QB battle is neck and neck. It's just Notre Dame sources not letting out any details about the quarterback battle being released, whether someone's in the lead or not.
I'm going to sell that and just refer people to my post last night on the message board for that. But I'm going to sell that.
Carson Jackson, cornerback is similar to halfback in the way that if you've got the chops, then you've got the chops. A lot of times you can tell pretty early whether or not a player at those positions will be an impact player or not.
Yeah, I'll buy that. It's not often that a guy has a late breakout at cornerback unless he's in a Cam Hart situation where he's making a position change. It happens, but it usually when a guy becomes a great corner, you see flashes of that early in his career. Like, I would say I'll buy that. Yeah, I'd buy that. Because that's a position just where your God-given ability in college, can overcome not being the most technically sound guy or, we saw this with Notre Dame, especially Leonard Moore. I mean, he's a smart player, but I don't know that he's quite as advanced as what Benjamin was. It's just easier to, hey, let's just go out there and let him play man. And not have to put a ton on him early on. And his talent took over. So I'd buy that. Now, the smarter you are, the more successful you're going to be, which is partly why Benjamin Morrison and Carson Leonard Moore were so good. But they didn't have to be. And we've seen other guys just say, go out there and cover. This is your job. You got that guy. And you can't really do that at middle linebacker, guard, tackle, quarterback. It's just a little bit more on your plate. So I'll buy that.
Buy, sell, hold from Beezer 12, Washing Beard. If Marcus Freeman wins a national championship at Notre Dame, he will leave for the NFL shortly after.
Sell.
Buy, sell, hold, Josh Pate, Joel Klatt, Greg McElroy.
I will buy Greg McElroy, hold Joel Klatt, sell Josh Pate. And this isn't because I dislike Josh, but the one thing that's different between Josh and those other two guys is Josh does one thing. He hosts his show. Greg McElroy and Joel Klatt do have their shows, but they're also color commentators for what and I think they're good at. I've said this before. I like Joel Klatt a whole lot more as a color commentator than I do necessarily him giving takes in his show. Because I think a lot of times I work for the Big 12 and I cover the Big 10 type of thing, or I cover the Big 12 and Big 10 thing kind of bleeds into some of his takes more than I'd prefer. But I like Joel Klatt fine. I have disagreements with him, all three of those guys, things I agree with all three of those guys. The reason that I'm selling Josh is because those guys have multiple jobs and I listen to them do those things more than I listen to their podcasts. And I think that Joel and Greg are both two of the better color commentators in the college game right now. And Greg's really evolved. I didn't love Greg early on as a color commentator. I just I won't get into reasons why. I just didn't love him. Last couple of years, I've really grown to appreciate the job he does. And he's done a lot more Notre Dame games. I mean, I think he did, Didn't he do like the first 2 playoff games that they had, or maybe the first 3
The
playoff
first
games?
3. First 3.
So you get to hear him, and you're like, okay, I think Greg does a nice job. So I've come to really be fond of Greg, and also him being favorable to Notre Dame, being one of the few people that's recognized how talented this Notre Dame team is. Going back to last summer, he went up in my book a little bit too. He doesn't always jump onto the narratives that everybody else does. He'll kind of be his own man, and I like that. But they're all good at what they do. I respect all 3 of them, but that would be the order in which I would buy, sell, and hold them.
Yeah, we have the same order there. Joel Klatt would also work his way up my list and this is probably going to be unpopular, but if he stopped calling games with Gus Johnson, I know that's their duo. I'm over the Gus Johnson shtick. I really am. Like it's a pretty obnoxious. I'm kind of over it. So, but that's just
I like
me.
Gus, but him doing Ohio State games gets on my nerves a little bit. It's like, I don't want to keep hearing you say Maserati Marv. Like, just say it the first time and then just move on from it. But I do like Gus. And I think Gus is one of those people, and maybe this is why I can relate to him, because I feel like I'm kind of that way. There's not a lot of people that are indifferent towards him. Either love him or you hate him. And so I get it, Trev. I do. I tend to like Gus a lot.
I understand why people do. And I think that's why I am the in-between. I don't hate him. I'm just, his shtick is now a little bit old.
Yeah.
Like, it's just kind of like, it's exhausting to listen to.
Yeah. I get it.
So.
Especially when he does Ohio State games. I get it. I enjoy it. He adds excitement for me. That's just my take. But I can understand why some people don't. Because, like, there's basketball guys that are over the top like him that I do not enjoy. I don't know what it is. I've just always enjoyed Gus doing games. But I get that.
Another one from B's: power clean, bench press, or squat. I mean, as far as like my favorite to do.
Yeah, and in it, mine's the same for no matter what. Bench press I'd buy because it's just power clean and I'd hold. Squat, I always hated squatting, so I'll sell that. If you're talking about like a football workout, I'm kind of a power clean guy. I would then hold bench and sell squat, just because, again, I think power clean gives you some of the same things you get out of squat, but you then get a little bit more because of, the upper body and stuff that you've got to do. And it's a little bit more movement oriented. So that's how I would go with it either way. What say you, Trev?
Yeah, I mean, as far as my favorite to do, in order, I'd buy bench press, hold, squat, sell power clean. I hate power clean.
Yeah.
I always hated it. So.
Yep.
Buy, sell, hold: college football will one day reach the point of no return and break from the NCAA. This will lead to leagues only playing within each other and being broadcasted specifically on their respective TV networks. Please say sell.
Well, I'm going to sell that because of the second half of what you said. I think that eventually the college football will break away from the NCAA. I've talked about that in a recent show. I don't think it's going to go to the point where the leagues only play each other. That I don't agree with. Even if they go to like an AFC, NFC, like the feared Super League that's all Big Ten and all SEC, I still think you're going to have some crossover games because they're going to be it's not going to be like AFL versus NFL. It won't be like that. It'll be more like AFC versus NFC, a weird version of that. So there'll be still some crossover, but I'll sell it for that reason. But I do think eventually they break away from the NCAA unless there's some dramatic changes.
Then buy, sell, hold: Chick-fil-A breakfast is second only to the great Hardee's breakfast.
Okay. I'm going to probably say something unpopular here. I don't eat at Chick-fil-A anymore, and I've never been a big fan of their breakfast. Their biscuits I've never enjoyed. Hardee's is easy number one. But my second one, Trev, you know this because I always call you when I'm on my way there in the mornings getting breakfast to go over the day's agenda. But the Chief down the street from my house has got really good breakfast sandwiches. It's on 23 out past the Small Martins. It is really good. But yeah, Chick-fil-A, I'd rather have a bacon, egg, and cheese McGriddle than a Chick-fil-A breakfast. I'm not a big fan of Chick-fil-A's breakfast. And when I saw all the things they put into their chicken sandwich recipe, I stopped eating that too. So, but yeah, I'd go Hardee's 1, McDonald's 2, and if I'm going to go chains. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Chick-fil-A breakfast.
I've never had Hardee's.
Oh,
There's just
so
never
good.
one convenient. Like, I grew up in Elkhart. There wasn't a Hardee's in Elkhart.
There
And
is one there
so,
now.
oh, of course,
There's one
now
out
that
there
I've,
now.
I
Yeah,
mean,
now that you're
I
not there.
move, yeah, I move out of Elkhart. They get a Panda Express. They get a TJ Maxx. They get a Chipotle. They get a Qdoba. But when I was there, it was McDonald's,
Yep.
Wendy's, Taco Bell. And so
Yep.
I've never had it. There's some around here close to me, but there's everything down here. But it's one of those where it's like, since I haven't had it in the first 18 years of my life, it was like,
Can I ask you a question, Trev? Do you like bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches?
of course.
Okay. Just try a Hardee's bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit.
Okay.
Just try it.
I'll try
I'm
it
not
tomorrow
demanding
morning.
you do it, but just try it.
I
Now,
will.
as with anything, some restaurants just don't do it as well. But I'm telling you, dude, I love Hardee's breakfast.
I'll check it out.
Because I think they make the biscuits fresh. They
Okay.
taste like fresh made biscuits. And I don't think Chick-fil-A does. At least none of the ones I've ever been to.
I
It's
get
really good.
Chick-fil-A's breakfast. I get their breakfast burritos. I don't get
Yep.
their chicken minis. I don't do any of that stuff. I get their breakfast burritos. Taco Bell's breakfast is slept on a little bit too. Common theme with me and breakfast burritos. So, but that is also slept on.
The Chief says the Chief in Goshen is a favorite for 50 years. Ice cream is legendary. Though there's a Chief also in Granger where we live. It's on the corner of Bittersweet and 23 and that little shopping center with the Beefalo Brady's, and their ice cream is legendary. My wife loves it. I don't even really like ice cream a ton. I'll eat it, but I don't like crave it. It's never where I'm like, man, I want ice cream. Love their ice cream. But they also, within the last year, I think, expanded. And they've got they sell coffee and they sell food now. And their breakfast stuff is pretty good. Their bagels, okay, but my wife gets their breakfast burrito and she really likes that. And then I love their biscuit. So it's pretty good. But yeah, good their shout out there, their Arrow guy. But you are correct. Their ice cream is really good. And if you get like a scoop of ice cream, it's not a scoop of ice cream. It's like a heaping multiple scoops. So it's like first time I went there, I got 2 scoops and I was like, this is way too much ice cream. Then I only get 1 scoop and it's like I'm getting 3. It's awesome. It's so good. It is. And this is coming from someone who's not a huge ice cream guy. Yeah. I get their pralines and cream. Unless they have specialty flavors. So then it's like if they have bubblegum ice cream, I revert back to being an 8-year-old and have to get the bubblegum ice cream. But that's the other. It's only time.
15 sheets JM. Buy, sell, hold. CJ Carr wins the quarterback job.
I'll buy that. I still think ultimately CJ wins the job. I think it's a legitimately close battle. I think it could go either way. But right now, if I had to predict, I'd still go with CJ. I haven't been given any reason why it should be the other. But all I know is it's a battle right now. And when it's a battle and it's a close battle, whoever finishes over this next week is going to win the job. I still think that's going to be CJ, but we'll see. We'll see. I would not write off Kenny. Never have, even though I still think it's going to be CJ.
We see that the same. Buy, sell, hold. Will Black plays more than 4 games in the regular season and loses his red shirt.
I'm going to sell that because I'm not going to predict an injury. And I don't know that Joe Rudolph is going to play him a bunch without an injury happening. So I'll sell that. I don't know why you would redshirt Will Black, but I think that they will. He's just not a redshirtable player to me. He's not going to be here. And the only way Will Black's here for 5 years is if he has some bad injuries. Or he's not as good as we hope.
I'm going to sell it because I think he could have a shot to start on the field goal unit. I could see that. I could see him starting along one of those units. Yeah. It's also more of a hope buy.
I would be fine if they blew a red shirt with him playing that because, again, I don't think he's a 5-year player.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We see that the same. Buy, sell, hold. Cam Williams has more than 200 receiving yards this season, including the postseason.
I'll buy that.
Mm-hmm. Akshat Shakur. Buy, sell, hold. Will Pauling leads the team in catches.
I'll sell, but I'll sell that. I think it's either going to be Greathouse or Malachi Fields.
Yeah, I wouldn't sleep on Eli Raridan for that one either. I don't know if he'll have more than Jaden Greathouse or Malachi Fields, but I'll be interested to see what the distribution is between Will Pauly and Eli Raridan. That one will be interesting. Biso hold Notre Dame's quarterbacks account for 3,500 yards passing this year, but over 10 picks as well.
I'll probably buy that. Over 10 picks. Yeah, I'll say this. If they account for over 3,500 yards, then I think they will get more than 10 picks, like 11 or 12. 10 to 12. I'll buy that.
And Biso hold
if they're
Bryce
under
Young's
3,500 yards, I don't think they throw for more than 10 picks.
Sure. Bryce Young's ascension means Jordan Botelho gets less playing time than expected, even when he returns from injury.
I'll buy that would happen. If Bryce Young ascends, I do think that would somewhat impact Jordan Botelho when he comes back, but not a ton. I think if Jordan comes back healthy, he's still going to play a bunch. I think it'd be more about Bryce Young's ascension combined with Bubakar's ascension, combined with Josh Burnham and Junior Tuamaka playing well. All those things combined, but Bryce's ascension will be part of that. So I'll buy that. And I actually think that could be a good thing, because if you bring Jordan Botelho back and you start using him as a pass rusher, and that's all he's got to worry about is just mainly being a pass rusher, he'll be a good pass rusher. Yeah. He'll be an impactful player. And from what we've seen at him in practice, Trev, he's twitchy this year. Like, he is really explosive off the line. So I could see a scenario where he comes back and he's just like a pass rusher and makes some plays. So I could see that.
Getting into part 3 of Biso Hold here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by FanDuel. Biso Hold from Robert Garzanelli. Even though it is Belichick's first year, North Carolina will, with the schedule they have this year, will win 8 games.
I don't have my breakdown in front of me, but I don't think I had them at 8 wins. So let me just kind of go through this. I don't have them at 8 wins, so I'm going to sell that. Now, I don't think it's not a gauntlet, but look, they're going to lose to Clemson. It's not a given they're going to beat TCU at home. Cal on the road won't be a cakewalk. Syracuse on the road won't be a cakewalk. Duke at home won't be a cakewalk. At NC State won't be a cakewalk. I mean, that alone. At UCF won't be a cakewalk. That's 6 games right there that I could see them easily going 2-4, and that's assuming they don't lose any other games. So I'll sell that.
Buy, sell, hold. Arch Manning will not be a top 5 quarterback this year and will struggle more than expected as a full-time starter.
Well, I mean, I buy the part about struggle more than expected, because if he doesn't throw for 4,000 yards and 40 touchdown passes, that's going to be struggling more than people expect. I mean, just the expectations for him are insane this season. So I think Arch will be a top 5 quarterback. I think especially by the end of the year. The only thing that's going to keep Arch from being a top 5 quarterback, in my opinion, won't be anything related to Arch. It'll be about the offensive line at Texas. That'll be the issue, not Arch. I am against some of the preseason push for him before he's ready, but I do think when it comes down to what he's going to actually do, I think Arch is going to be a good football player. So yeah, but yeah, like Corey Dean said, heck, I thought he already had the Heisman. That's the whole point. I mean, that's Corey saying kind of what we're saying is, like, if he's not the Heisman winner, and if he doesn't throw for 4,000 yards and 40 touchdowns and run for 500 yards and something crazy like that, then the way that people are hyping up, that's going to seem like what happened to Arch? He only threw for 3,500 yards and 31 touchdowns and only rushed for 350 yards. Gee, what happened? I'm like, nothing happened. That's a pretty good flipping season. You know what I mean? Like, especially with that offensive line. So, but that'll be the narrative. It's like Brady Quinn was pretty good in 2006, but if you talk to people, you'd think he sucked that year because he wasn't as good as he was in 2005 and because the hype was so enormous on him in 2006. But what was the big issue for Brady? The O-line wasn't very good and the defense wasn't very good. It wasn't about Brady. It was about those things. And that's my concern with Arch, is his struggles may not really be about him. It could be about the struggling offensive line, which was, I didn't expect to be that good to begin with. And now they've already lost a starter. Which was it? It wasn't Goolsby, was it that got hurt? Or was it the other tackle? Which one got hurt? Do you remember?
Oh, off the top of my head, no. It was whoever was supposed
I'll
to be
look
their
it up.
right tackle.
Okay, that's not Goolsby. That's the other guy. So I remember they lost a tackle. I just couldn't remember who it was.
Yeah, I know it was their
But
right
yeah.
tackle. I just can't remember the name.
Yeah.
I'll say this about Arch. I'm going to sell this because he's going to have, because of their schedule, a lot of opportunities to put up some pretty gaudy numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, you go and you break down who they have. I mean, they get San Jose State, Texas El Paso, Sam Houston, Kentucky, Mississippi State, and Vanderbilt. So half of their schedule, he's going to have the opportunity to put up some pretty big numbers. And then if he can piece together some solid performances against Ohio State, Florida, Oklahoma, Georgia, Texas A&M, like that's the interesting thing about Texas's schedule is it's either, okay, you're just going to put up some insane numbers, or it's like, yo, you have to play Georgia, Ohio State, Texas A&M.
Yeah.
Like that's what's interesting about their year.
Yeah. Yep.
Another one from Robert Garzanelli. Notre Dame will have a top 5 offense and top 5 defense this year and be the only team to do so.
I don't have a problem buying that they're going to be a top 5 offense or defense because they were close to that last year. My issue is more thinking that they're going to be the only team to do that. If you look at last year, Trev, 2024, the Notre Dame offense finished 9th in FEI efficiency, and they finished 2nd in defensive efficiency. Then if you look at scoring offense, they were also top 10 in both. Last season, despite playing some really good defenses in the postseason. Notre Dame still finished 10th in college football last year in scoring offense, and their defense finished the season 4th in scoring offense or defense. I think they're going to be a top 5 team in both this year. That's my expectation. I just don't know that they're the only team that'll be that. That's really where my reservation comes from. I could see an Ohio State still being really good in both areas. I could see, if Texas can find some answers on the offensive line, I could see Texas being in that conversation, partly because, like what you said, Trev, there's going to be some 50-plus point games on Texas's resume. I mean, Notre Dame's 2 worst opponents are Power 4 opponents, whereas Texas, to your point, gets San Jose State, UTEP, Sam Houston State. Like, okay, that's but also Texas is very talented. I mean, I think I can see Alabama doing that this year. I think they're a team that could potentially do that this year. So I think there's some, and if Penn State's as good as people think they're going to be, I could see Penn State being in that conversation where they're top 5 in both scoring and I mean, whatever scoring, however you want to do it. But like last year, Penn State was 8th in defense, and they were 28th in scoring offense. I think they take a pretty decent jump in scoring offense this year, partly because of their schedule, partly because it's year 2 of them being with their offensive coordinator. I could see them scoring 37, 38 points a game, especially when you, like to your point, Trev, last year, I mean, their schedule wasn't exactly a super duper challenging schedule, but at least they played a Power 5 team out of conference. This year, their non-conference schedules, Nevada, Florida International, and Villanova. They also get Northwestern at home, like Rutgers, Michigan State, UCLA. Like, I could see Penn State being there this year with the talent they have. Certainly.
Agreed.
Certainly.
Buy, sell, hold from Ram Cray 75. In the spirit of trying to get Brian on another classic rant of his, buy, sell, hold. Unless Notre Dame bests all of their opponents this year by double digits, including in the playoffs, winning a national championship on its own this year will not end the disrespect from the national media and will necessitate that Notre Dame does it again in 2026.
I'm selling that. I don't think they need to beat all their teams by double digits. I think they just need to win all their games. If Notre Dame wins all their games, including postseason games, they'll get respect to a degree. I mean, with the real people in the media. I mean, Feinbaum's always going to have something to say, but he's he just says those things for effect. He's not a serious person. Him and Skip Bayless are like from the same tree. You don't know what they're saying to just get an effect and what they're saying that they actually believe. You have no clue which one it is, nor do I care. But I think if they win it all, most people in the media will give them respect. If they go undefeated, Trevor, they'll get respect.
Yeah, to your point, Brian, there's always going to be people. No matter what.
Yeah.
I mean, last year people were disrespecting Ohio State's national championship. I mean, there was people out there disrespecting LSU's national championship in 2019 in one of the more dominant seasons we've seen. People did it with
Oh, they didn't play good enough defense, and they didn't run the ball. Yeah, exactly.
I heard all of it. It was, they Ohio State's secondary matched up better with LSU's receivers than Clemson's.
Sure.
And it's like, okay, sure. Maybe they don't win by 25, they win by 18. They're still winning. It's just you hear all the talking points. And so, yeah, I'm going to sell this as well. A national champion, because that's the last domino for a lot of talking heads. Rightfully so. They haven't won a national championship since 88, but that's the last one.
The only way that I could see this is if they get into the playoff. There's a ton of controversy about Georgia and Bama being left out or something like that, right? And the draw goes to where Notre Dame gets someone that no one respects in the quarters, because they'd get a bye. If they're undefeated, they'd get a bye. And there's some upset. So let's say the Notre Dame's number 1 seed. And, there's an 8-9 game. They play the winner of the 8-9 game, which won't get them respect. But then let's say the 4 seed, who's Ohio State, gets upset by like 12 or something like that, or number 5. And so you play number 5, who's still a highly ranked team, but not Ohio State. And it's, let's say it's, I don't know. I'm trying to think of somebody. It's, I couldn't even think of who'd be the 5 seed, but it's just not your typical big time team. And then, the number 2 seed of Georgia or Texas or whoever did get in, that's not the controversial team, gets upset by the 7 seed or something. And like the draw just goes where like all the other big name programs get knocked off, and they end up beating like a TCU type of team in the championship game. Because if Texas's first title was beating TCU, if Georgia's first title was a win over TCU, they would have got respect, but they would not have got well, now you're better than Bama respect. It's because the second one, nobody cared because they had already won the first one. And they beat Bama to do it. They slayed that dragon to do it. If they would have, let's say, not played Bama, and then, because remember that year, Bama beat them in the SEC title game in 2021. Smacked them in the SEC title game. And they got payback in the championship game, national championship game, by beating Bama. But let's say Bama gets knocked off. You'd have had people saying, yeah, they're only in because Bama lost 2 receivers and got knocked out by so-and-so. What would have been that year? It would have been Cincinnati in 2021. Oh, yeah, you beat Cincinnati. You didn't even get your rematch against Bama. Bama beat you. You would have heard some of that from people who aren't clowns. And then if they'd have gone out the next year and beaten TCU, then maybe you'd have been like, well, man, they've really gotten lucky. They didn't have to play that really good Michigan team. There'd be people that would say that even about Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
But because they beat Bama that first year, nobody cared that they beat TCU the next year, because they had to beat Bama and Ohio State to get there. So, if the draw was such that Notre Dame played like Indiana, Tennessee, and Arizona State to win the title, yeah, you'd then have that. But the odds of that happening in a 12-team playoff are extraordinarily low. They're going to get at least one big dog in that standpoint. And then I just don't think even the haters are still going to like, hey, look, man, this is a really good team. And with Marcus Freeman being who he is and being as likable as he is, I think there's more haters that'd be willing to say, we're going to give him their respect. Or what do young people say now, Trev? I'm going to give him his flowers. I'm not giving Marcus Freeman freaking flowers. I'm going to give my wife flowers. But that's a different story for a different day. But I think they'd give him respect because they like him. They'd be more willing to do that because he's likable and he's a guy that people respect. And so, I think the fact he was a former player at a big-time school also earns him a level of respect as well that maybe past coaches wouldn't have got, fair or unfair. So I think that factors in as well.
Yeah, I think the expanded playoff is also another factor that helps. It's not like you have to win. You don't immediately start out in the playoffs in the semifinals. There is no, if the 5th seed would have made it, or if the 6th seed would have made it, it would have been a different story for insert national championship winning team here. Nobody, I don't think, is going to say, well, if the 14th team in the country made it, then I don't know if Notre Dame makes the national championship. So I'm with you.
Yeah, I just like you said, Trev, there's always going to be people that have those things to say, but it just won't be the majority.
Buy so hold, Ram Cray 75. Having heard your comments about Knowles and Penn State last week, the absence of Knowles at Ohio State will show once again that they are soft like their head coach Ryan Day, and Ohio State will revert back to the norm and be unable to win a national championship. Defense wins championships.
I kind of buy that. I do. I kind of buy that. I didn't like the defensive coordinator hire they made. I could be wrong, but I kind of buy that. I also don't think defense wins championships anymore. I've said this before. Defense gets you to the show, but your offense is going to have to win you a championship. And this past season for Notre Dame was a perfect example of that. As good as their defense was, it was a driver. They do not get to the title game without their defense. But in the title game, they were playing a great offense. It was you just weren't going to shut them down for 4 quarters, and the offense sputtering put them in some bad spots. The offense not being able to answer early and like the long run they had, you had to get a little bit more of a risky. You're down 24-7. You got to make a play as opposed to just do your job because it's 24-21 or tied at 24. So I think that factors in. I think it's a big factor into that. So I think I've said this before, in today's era, the way things are right now, defense gets you to the dance, offense wins it for you. And Ohio State will still have that. Like, they will still have that. But I could see that.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I have quite literally zero concerns about their passing offense. Ohio State's key to winning a national championship and making a run is how they perform on defense and if they're able to run the football. That is something that has been consistent with Ohio State since the playoff era started. It's not a coincidence that they won a national championship and Zeke Elliott had the year that he did. It's not a coincidence that in 2019, Ohio State played Clemson in what was one of the greatest college football semifinal games that I had seen, and they had a 2,000-yard rusher in J.K. Dobbins. It's also not a coincidence that they won the ship last year and had 2 1,000-yard rushers. And so if they can run the football and if they are steady on like good on defense, they don't have to hold teams to, whatever they held them to last year, like 14, 15 points a game. It doesn't have to be at that level, but it just can't take that big of a step back. Sunlit Night 1964, buy, sell, hold, fully admitting that all 3 are very unlikely. You must buy one, sell one, and hold one for an outright upset in week 1. So buy one, sell one, hold one. Florida State over Alabama, Syracuse over Tennessee, or Coastal Carolina over Virginia.
I would buy Coastal Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
What's your buy, Trev?
Coastal Carolina.
Okay. I'm going to hold Syracuse over Tennessee. I think that's more likely to happen. You agree? And then I'm selling that Florida State beats Alabama.
Yep.
That's mine.
Another one from Sunlit Night. If Minchie ends up being named the starter, the Notre Dame staff will delay the announcement as long as possible in the hopes that Miami will prep with the assumption that it's CJ Carr. If Carr is the starter, we will know on Sunday.
I'm going to sell this. I look, I understand where you're coming from, and I don't think it's a bad thought, but I think the need to make sure that everybody knows who your leader is more important than that. And I think eliminating that distraction from your players being asked about it on or off the record is something that's more important than whatever you're going to do with Miami. And I just don't know that the offense is going to be that much different with Kenny versus CJ. The run game will be a little bit different, but I don't think the passing game changes a ton. I don't. We've said that all along. So I'm going to sell that. I understand where Sunlit Night's coming from, and I just think there's more pros to announcing it than there are pros to waiting and forcing Miami to compete. Plus, at the end of the day, I mean, you see it now. I mean, if you're on social media, apparently, I haven't seen this because I only really get on social media to put my stories out, but apparently that's the new thing is that Kenny's going to start. So everybody's saying, oh, Kenny's going to start. He very may well. I'm pretty confident in saying that has not been decided. Very confident in saying that, but doesn't mean he won't start. It just means as today, he has not won the job as of today. Could he end up winning it? Of course. But when he wins it, he earns the right, in my opinion, to announce it to everybody to say, hey, this is our guy. That's more important to me than, making Miami it. But at the same time, it's going to be out there. when they name the starter to the team, there's no way that you keep that from getting out. They have to be smart enough to know that. And I think they are smart enough to know that. I hope they're smart enough to know that. You're not going to hold off on that till the Miami game. It's going to get out there. The only way it doesn't get out there is if you literally haven't named your starter, and going into the Miami week, CJ and Kenny are both still getting 1 reps. That's the only way you can prevent that from happening. And you're not going to do that if Kenny has won the job. Nor should you do that if Kenny has won the job. So I think it's more important to say, hey, here's our guy. Now people don't have to get asked about it. Let's roll and go win some football games. I
definitely get where you're coming from, Sunlit. But I'm also going to sell this because they're again, this feeds into the idea that Kenny Minchie is just this dynamic runner, and he will be used in the offense so differently from CJ Carr that teams are going to have no idea what to do if CJ Carr is not going to end up being the starter. I'm going to sell
it. Agree.
From Ballpeen Shillelagh, buy, sell, hold the following: offensive lines, Penn State, Georgia, Texas A&M.
So you got to buy one, sell one, hold one. The easy sell for me is Georgia. The team that I'm going to buy is Penn State, because I had Penn State ranked as my number 1 offensive line when we did our battle. It was the number 1 offensive line. And then my hold is going to be Texas A&M. But you can't go wrong with either one of those two. But what's funny, Trevor, is when he submitted this question, I'm going to go find his question, because he actually had a little bit of
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, a little funny little joke here. But he said, buy, sell, hold, Notre Dame beats Miami by double digits. Just kidding, because we've been asked that question. So what's funny is we got asked that question a million times until we get right before the season, and now nobody's asking about it. But that's my buy, sell, hold. Very, very well played on that one, Ballpeen.
Then buy, sell, hold wide receiver rooms: Notre Dame, Arizona State, or LSU.
I'm going to buy it's a tough one. I'm going to buy Notre Dame, hold Arizona State, and hold LSU and sell Arizona State. Arizona State has the best player in Jordan Tyson, of the best known player of that group. But I think a receiver room to me is top to bottom. I just think there's much better. The number 2s and 3s and 4s at those schools are better than the 2, 3s and 4s at Arizona State. So I'll sell Arizona State, but those are 3 good receiver rooms.
Same order for me. Then linebacker rooms: Pittsburgh, Clemson, Alabama.
I'm going to buy Pitt. I'm going to hold Bama and sell Clemson. Clemson's got a good room, but they were young at linebacker last year. I mean, Sammy Brown was a true freshman last year, and he played like a true freshman, a talented true freshman, made some impressive plays, but also had some, that was the wrong fit moments last year, which you're going to expect from any true freshman. So they've got to show me a little bit more, where Pitts is more of a proven commodity. Bama's got more veterans. So I'm going to sell Clemson, but I could see Clemson, once the season plays out, possibly moving up. But I just think the overall talent in those other 2 rooms is just a little bit better than Clemson's.
Then to round us out, defensive back rooms: Oregon, Indiana, or Duke.
I'm going to buy Indiana. I'm going to hold Oregon. I'm going to sell Duke. Chandler Rivers, the corner at Duke, is an outstanding player, preseason All-American. The overall room to me just isn't as good as Oregon and Indiana, in my opinion. But in Oregon, I think his room is interesting. There's some things about it I like, but there's also some things that give me a little bit of pause. But that's where I'm at. I think that, again, those are 3 good rooms. I love that he picked. Like, outside of Georgia's O-line, that was a bit of a head scratcher. They're not good. The rest of these are 3 good units that you got to choose between. But to me, there's more certainty in Indiana, and there's more upside at Oregon. That's why I went with those 2 over Duke. You could argue that right now Duke's is more of a known room than Oregon's, because a lot of those guys Chandler Rivers was at Duke last year, where there's a good chance that Oregon's best defensive back this year didn't even play at Oregon last year. So which leaves a little bit of hesitancy for me. Same for you?
Mm-hmm. From Domer Grizz, buy, sell, hold, August 31st. Can't get here fast enough.
Buy. Absolute buy. For a million reasons, that's a buy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I need the 30th too, man. I mean, I was telling Brian a couple days ago before the show, like, We got some buddies coming over. We're watching football all day, full slate. It's Lee Corso's last headgear pick. We're catering in some food. I mean, should be a good old day of some guys being dudes. I'm pumped.
Yeah, dudes being dudes.
We need it. We need it. Buy, sell, hold from Burnout 85. Notre Dame announces the starting quarterback by Saturday of this week.
I'll sell that. I think that the earliest they would announce it would be Sunday. That's, and I'm not saying it's going to happen Sunday. I'm just saying I think that'd be the earliest they announce it. But I would assume that it would most likely be like Monday or Tuesday. Be my guess. And that truly is a guess. That's not me giving out intel I know in order to make it sound like I know, or I'm guessing, and then I guess right. I genuinely don't know. That's generally a guess.
We did have another super chat come in. It got a little
buried. We did? All right.
From James Salumi.
There we go.
James, appreciate the super chat. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame is a top 3 team with the highest chance to win the national championship. I'll let you decide the others.
Well, if we're looking at outside odds, that's a sell, because I think Notre Dame is what on FanDuel. You've got Notre Dame is, what did you say have, Trev? They're 9th, I believe.
Notre Dame is 9th with odds, plus 1,500 odds.
So in that regard, Notre Dame, I would sell that. If you look at from the standpoint of like what we think, in your top 3 in that regard is Georgia's and Texas are tied with 600, and Ohio State's at 650. Those are top 3, and Notre Dame is now 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like Trevor said, plus 1,500. Now there's a bit. What's interesting is there's a big drop off between Notre Dame. Like Notre Dame is 2,900 away from the number 1, and they're only 100 behind LSU and Oregon, and they're only 500 behind the number 5 team. But there is a 2,000 plus 2,000 gap between Notre Dame and the next team, which is Miami. And Miami, Florida, and Texas A&M are all tied with Miami. So there's a big jump. So, but that's the betting odds for FanDuel. For me, if you were to ask me my opinion, I would say yes, I believe Notre Dame is one of the top 3. And the 3 teams that I think have the best odds based on all the factors, coaching, talent, schedule, all that, in my opinion, is Notre Dame, Alabama, and the next one is a little bit tougher, Trev. I would struggle to pick the next one, because you could argue Penn State roster-wise, but I don't trust their coach. Ohio State roster-wise is maybe in there. They're the defending champs, but there's a lot of questions there. I think you might have to go with Georgia, just looking at odds. Georgia or Clemson.
I was just about to say my next one would probably be Clemson. Yeah, because it just their schedule. I mean, outside of LSU, we answered the buy sell hold earlier today. I think Clemson has a really strong chance to go undefeated if they beat LSU in week 1. I really do. So,
and the worst case, they're 11-1 if they win that game. Mm-hmm. Worst case.
Another super chat from Beefeater ND08. Appreciate the super chat. UCLA cuts athletics out of their university if their athletic department runs a $52 million deficit again this year.
I don't know anyone in California has problems running deficits and keeping things the way that they are. I'm sorry, I had get that little joke in there. No, they won't do that. They'll do some other things. They'll raise money. They'll slash academic departments and different things like that. They'll slash other things before they get rid of the athletics. I'll sell that. Definitely not.
Agreed.
Yeah. That's definitely going to get me an email from somebody that's in their feelings. They don't like it when I say things like that. I just thought it was funny. It's kind of true. Also kind of funny.
How dare you say that about California? Also, what are your thoughts on CJ Carr throwing during stretching period for the team? Yeah.
Speaking of absurdity.
Buy, sell, hold from Crying Belly. A close quarterback competition in the fall gives the overall edge for the starting nod to, I'm assuming we're going to buy one, sell one, hold one.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
CJ Carr because of his superior spring performance. Kenny Minchie because of his advantage in athleticism, or Buckner because of his past experience as a starter.
Buy Minchie because of his athleticism. hold Buckner because of his past experience as a starter and selling Kenny Minchey because of the spring performance. I think that Tyler Buckner's past experience as a starter is going to matter more to this coaching staff than what CJ Carr did in the spring game. Not that it's irrelevant. And I'm kind of being a bit hyperbolic on that. If CJ Carr wins the job, it's because they think he's the best guy for the job. And I this is my opinion, not anything I've heard from the staff, but if it's close, you go with the guy with the higher ceiling, and in my opinion, that's CJ Carr. I think the Kenny Minchey has to be certainly better than CJ Carr, in my opinion, not to get to win the job. The staff may not view it that way. I would kind of disagree with that. If it's CJ Carr, it's because I would say because of his higher floor, or because he's the better passer. That would be the thing I would have used for CJ Carr. And in that instance, I would say I'd probably buy that one. But I think Minchey's athleticism advantage is far more important than what CJ Carr did in the spring. If CJ Carr's not throwing the ball in the fall like he did in the spring, then it won't matter what he did in the spring. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
It'll be more about, Kenny's ability to be a playmaker. Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from DMND13. At least 3 teams in the AP preseason top 10 will finish the season outside of the top 10.
Buy. That's an easy buy. I mean, we've already named 2 in the past, LSU and Miami, but that's almost always the case.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll buy that one. Who were they? Let me look it up. Who were the ones last year, Trev, that finished
Florida
in the top
State.
10? Yep, that was one. So I'm going to pull up last year's preseason rankings. Alabama definitely finished outside. So if we go to preseason AP poll,
LSU.
You had Georgia finished in the top 10. Ohio State finished in the top 10. Oregon finished in the top 10. Texas finished in the top 10. Alabama did not. Ole Miss was number 6. Ole Miss also did not. They didn't finish in the top 10 last year, did they?
Nope.
Yeah, so that's another one. Man, what's up with all these overrated SEC teams, Trev? What's going on here, man? Yeah, Ole Miss finished 11th, so that's outside the top 10. I'm being a little sarcastic. Michigan did not, and Florida State did not. So there's 4 in last year's AP poll that did not finish in the top 10. So there you go. What was the year before? LSU again, USC again. Let's see here. So 2023
Probably
final
Notre
rankings.
Dame.
Notre Dame was not a preseason top 10 team. They were 13 and 23. But LSU finished 12. They were out. USC finished unranked. Penn State finished 13th, so they were out. And then Florida State 8th. They finished in the top 10. And then Clemson finished 20th. So you had 4, and then Washington finished 2nd. So you had 4 each of the last 2 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think history will tell us that that'll be the case this year as well.
Then on the opposite end of the spectrum, at least one team unranked in the preseason will finish the team season in the top 10.
Ooh, that's a good one. So, man, okay. Who are some teams with potential? It's outside the box, but I could see Utah shocking people and finishing in the top 10. Just because the craziness of the Big Ten. I don't think it's completely out of the realm of possibility that a Louisville or a USC has a surprising season. And then, like maybe some group of 5 team has a Boise State type of run. Tulane or a UNLV or something like that. Toledo, some team like that. I could see that. But that one is tougher to call because I wouldn't know who that team is. And so yeah. But I'll buy. It's heck, Notre Dame in 2012 began the season unranked and finished in the top 2. Well, at the end of the going into the playoff game anyway. They fell after the title game. I mean,
so I'm going to buy it.
That. Yeah, so somebody from the SEC or Big Ten, I think. Big 12 could have some team that nobody thinks. I mean, and Arizona State. I mean, Arizona State was predicted second to last or last in the Big 12 last year. And they finished just outside the top 10. I could see a team. I mean, yeah, there's options. Yeah, I'll go with that. That's a good one, Dan.
Mine's from the ACC.
Ooh.
A little nugget for Saturday.
Okay. I like it. I like it. Okay.
Buy, sell, hold from Jake 8589. Even with the injury to Charles Jagasaw and Sullivan Absher being a little dinged up, the talent and depth of the offensive line will prove to be the best offensive line in the country by season's end, even if they need to go numbers 7 and 8 on the depth chart.
I'll buy that as a possibility. Yeah, absolutely. Because let's say Absher, if Absher or Jagasaw doesn't win the right guard job, that means Gerby Lambert does, who's also a 5-star recruit. I mean, that's the reality of where their depth chart is. I mean, it would not be insane to say at some point in time, Will Black is in there, somewhere, another 5-star guy. So yeah, I buy that. It's just the way they've recruited that position in recent years. So yeah, you could lose Rocco to transfer, lose Pat Coogan to transfer, lose Sam Pendleton to transfer, lose Jagasaw and Absher to injury. And who are you having to thrust in the lineup? 5-star Gerby Lambert, 5-star Will Black, a talented guy like Chris Tarrick. Worse things have happened in life. So yeah, I think that's certainly possible. Certainly possible. And I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see when games start, but I just have a good feeling about this offensive line this year. And I hope I'm right.
Another one from Jake. Even with the running ability of Riley Leonard, Marcus Freeman will still be even without the running ability of Riley Leonard, Marcus Freeman will still be very aggressive on 4th down, but just doing it a little differently, utilizing Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price along with the RPO game.
I'll buy that they will eventually get there. I do not see them being there against Miami and Texas A&M. I don't see them first quarter putting them in a situation that they would have put Riley in last year, like against Ohio State or against a team like that. I just remember the third quarter against A&M in the opener, they went for 4th down twice. Once it was at their own 30 something. And then they ended up getting stopped the second time in near midfield. There's no way they put these young quarterbacks in that scenario, in my opinion, that early in the season. I don't think that they do. But by late October, November, Trev, I could see that. As they've become more established and proven themselves, I could see that. I could certainly see that. Because, look, I know what the numbers tell you, and analytics will tell you, hey, you got to go for it. But you also, as a coach, this is where you make the big bucks. Otherwise, you just put an analytics guy as a head coach. Is you've got to value the analytics, but then also sometimes you've got to make judgment calls. Yeah, I know the numbers tell us this, but what are the numbers for when you have a first-year starter in his first game on the road against a top 10 team? Those numbers are going to tell me a little something different than just here's what it says about this. So I think early on, you're going to let your defense carry the day and not put your quarterbacks in some of those tough situations. Because if you don't get it, now you put your quarterback behind the 8 ball because that team just got points. And I think that's why early you won't see them do that.
It's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Super chat from Raymond Hartman. Appreciate you, Raymond. Thank you both for giving us all a well-balanced, non-desperate platform to follow and enjoy while we overreact to our favorite college football team. IB is number 1.
I buy that. I buy that for sure. Thank you, Raymond. I appreciate you very, very much for that, man. Yeah. Yep.
Buy, sell, hold from BK's last brain cell. Carson Beck will have a minimum of 1 interception and 1 fumble against Notre Dame.
I'll buy that. He didn't say it has to be recovered. He just said it'd be a fumble. So I'll buy that.
Point.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
With the Kedron Young injury, Aeneas Williams' role will significantly increase, and this will potentially increase Eli Raridan touchdown totals.
Sell. I don't know that Kedron being out impacts Aeneas' role. I think if Aeneas has the same role he had last year, I don't know that was being cut into by Kedron. I don't think Aeneas becomes the short yardage goal line back. I think it'll either be one of the top 2 guys or potentially a Nolan James. Maybe a Jabron Payne. I don't think that will be Aeneas' role. So I'll sell that.
From BK's last brain cell, Josh Burnham will have a huge year leading the ends in pressures and recording 5+ sacks and forcing 2 minimum fumbles. I buy that he's going to have a big year. I don't think he's going to lead them in pressures or sacks. I think that's still going to be Boubacar. But I think as a pass rusher as a whole, I think this is going to be a year where Josh Burnham becomes a complete defensive end. But as far as leading the team in total pressures, I think that's going to be a Boubacar. I think that could be a Bryce Young, but he's going to be in the discussion. So, like, BK, I don't want you to think that I think this is some crazy submission. He's going to be well in the discussion, but I think it's going to ultimately go to one of Boubacar or Bryce, probably Boubacar.
Yeah, because I buy two of those three things, Trev, but I have to sell on the first one. I'm with you. I don't think he leads the team in pressures, but I think the other two are certainly possibilities.
Oh, yeah. From Eye on the Ball, if Notre Dame holds a 10 to 13 point or more lead on Miami in the middle to late second half, they should run the ball, clock, and happily get out with the victory.
I'm going to sell that to a degree, because if it's mid-second half, that's late third quarter, early fourth quarter. That's plenty of time for a team to get two scores. Like, plenty of time. Late second half, sure, it's a two-score game and there's 3 minutes left. Run the clock out. There's 5 minutes left. Run the clock out. Don't give them enough time for two possessions. But if we're talking mid-second half, there's plenty of time for two possessions. It's too early to go out of what you do. It's too early from 3rd and 4 to say, let's run the ball. I mean, I'm going to sell for that regard. The or is what gets me.
Mm-hmm.
Like as far as like, it's the mid to late second half that gets me. If it was just late second half, then I'd buy. But the mid is too early. Too early.
Yep. We see that the same. If it's mid second half, just keep running your offense. Agreed. 10 to 13 points is not an insurmountable lead.
Right.
Another one from Eye on the Ball. Game 1 with CJ or Kenny will be a learning experience where coaches must stay the course. I can think of virtually no situation outside of injury where either starter should be removed from the game for the other, no matter how the performance looks at the time.
100% buy on this in theory. And I think we've talked about this before, Trev. He won the battle for a reason, whoever that guy is. I don't believe that you put a guy in there and then the moment he struggles, you yank him, because you don't know if the other guy would have struggled in that situation. And when you bring a guy off the bench and he plays well, you don't then anoint him the starter because there's less pressure on the guy coming off the bench because he wasn't the starter. The only scenario where I would say I disagree is sometimes you've got to be able to look a kid in the eyes and be like, this moment is way too big for him. And you can't know that from practice. So I could go out there and I'm in the quarterback battle and it's me and it's CJ Carr and it's Kenny Minchie and I'm out performing them every day. And when there's 20 people on the sidelines that aren't football players and we're out there with no fans and no media, no pressure outside of the winning, and I'm the guy. I beat out CJ and Kenny. I'm the guy. And then mid-second quarter, I've turned the ball over 3 times and the coach looks at me and I have this panicked deer in headlights look. He's got to make a decision. Like, he's not cutting it. Like, it's not even the performance. It's he's overwhelmed by the moment. I got to go give CJ or Kenny a shot, right? I mean, that's the thing that they have to do. And I use me as an example because I don't want to use either one of those two guys as an example. But you've got to be able to look a guy in the eyes and say, this moment's too big for him. And I mean, you got to do that with kickers too. Like, okay, it's a 55-yard field goal. This is normally his range, but I'm looking at that kid and he looks shook. Like, no, I'm not going with that. That's the only time. That's the only exception. I don't think CJ or Kenny is that kind of player, but that would be my only exception to I otherwise buy it unless it is a unique situation where it's like it's halftime or middle second quarter and the kid's playing terrible and he just looks broken or defeated. That'd be the only exception.
I would say that, or drawing allusions back to what we said earlier about the 2017 Miami game. If one of the two quarterbacks just comes in and they're just throwing multiple pick sixes, it's like you're not doing him any service by keeping them in the game at this point. Like I understand it's week 1, but I think the defense is in a position to where if there's multiple turnovers, just turnover after turnover, it's like I personally don't see the reason.
I get you on that. Part of it would be I need to read his body language after the second one because, again, I want to see, okay, how does he respond to this? If it's early in the game, like even at after the first one, I'm going to pull up the box score real quick, but like that game didn't really get out of hand until, I mean, you were, I think, 3 turnovers in, if I remember correctly. Like, that game was 27-0 at halftime, but like their last 2 scores came in the last 5 minutes. This is 20-0. You get that first pick 6 comes. But if it's like 17-3 or 17, 20-3 at halftime, I'd be like, okay, let me look at this kid's eyes a little bit and see what's going on, because it is the first game. And then part of it too, Trev, is what are the picks? I mean, if one like bounces off of a guy's chest and right, like, I mean, there's if he's just like blindly throwing to the flats, one gets broken up and the next one gets picked, and then he's thrown over the middle to a safety that he never sees and the guy runs it back. Like, again, that's the moment's too big for him type of evaluation. Not like he forced a ball, like that's more of my thing when I look at that. So that's fair. It just would have to depend on what's his body language. I might want to give him one more series and see how he responds, but he goes out there and throws 2 into the ground. It's like, okay. Yeah. So and then it'd be like, hey man, I didn't bench you because you threw 2 picks. I bench you because the next time you came out, you sailed 2 balls over your receivers' heads because you were afraid you were going to throw another one.
The response. Sure.
Right.
Yep. That makes sense. Bisa hold Notre Dame should very much guard against showing too much in game 1 at Miami with a coach's eye towards upset-minded Texas A&M.
No, sell. You do everything you need to do to beat Miami, and then you worry about Texas A&M next week. Like, you got an extra week to prepare. So anything you got that you need to win, you use. Now, Trev, if you're up 24-0 at halftime, there may be some stuff you don't need to get to. You need to bring that out in the third quarter. But you've already got the game won. But if it's a competitive game, it's all on the table. Everything's on the table to win that football game.
Let me say this. If Notre Dame is as good as we think that they are, it shouldn't matter if the opposing team knows what they're doing. Look, we don't have to go through these offseasons. Do you think that if Kenny's the starter, they don't announce it so they prepare for CJ and maybe they run a vanilla offense against Miami just in case Texas? No, if Notre Dame is as good as we think that they're going to be, they should be able to line up across. I'm not saying mail them the play sheet. I'm just saying it shouldn't matter what they put out on film because we're too good to be stopped. And that's my mindset going into. If I'm a coach, that's what I want to instill in my players of, hey, we are going to win this football game. We're going to do everything possible to win this football game. I know Marcus Freeman going down to the Hard Rock on August 31st is not thinking about September 13th. He's thinking about August 31st. And that's all you got to know. Bisa hold from older than dirt, sticking with the starting quarterback obsession. Has it annoyed the coaching staff enough to be pestered about it beyond reason that they are tempted to issue the first depth chart listing Kenny Carr or Minchie in their traditional alphabetical order format?
I'm going to sell that because, number one, I don't think that they're going to do something like that. I think there's always temptations to do things to kind of push back on some media shenanigans if you see things that way. But I don't think that. I think the most important thing is here's our starter, here's our guy, here's who we're rallying around. I think that's more important than anything else. Number two, I don't know that the media has necessarily pestered the coaching staff about it in questions. Number one, we haven't talked to Marcus Freeman since the first practice. And we've only had Mike Denbrock once. We've only had Gino once. So it's not like they're going out there after every practice and having to answer to this. And, look, if people are sending you text messages and you don't want to talk about it, just ignore them. So I don't think they're being pestered about it. I think the media has done a good job of from what I can tell, Trev, and you transcribed the press conferences, you see all that. I don't know that there's a million questions about the quarterback being asked at every press conference of players and coaches. I just don't see that. I think that in that regard, I think the media has understood, look, they're not going to tell us anything. And, so ask other questions. So I don't think they're being pestered about it. I think the insanity is more stuff happening on social media and on message boards. I don't think it's stuff that's necessarily bleeding to the coaches. I do know that there was some annoyance about the whole brouhaha about CJ throwing at the end of stretch. I think that was something that I was told was very annoying. But that wasn't the media. That was a small number or a media person doing that. So I don't think that that's something that's going to factor into this. That they got much bigger things to focus on than what we say, and I think that's what they are focused on.
From Domer Grizz, this is the most cohesive or locked-in coaching staff Notre Dame has had in the last 25 years, working together towards the same unified goals.
I'll buy that. Absolutely.
And to stick on the same train of coaching staffs, from Domer Grizz, buy, sell, hold, top to bottom, this is the most elite coaching staff Notre Dame has had in the last 25 years. Hiestand was more elite than Rudolph, but Rudolph doesn't have a Brian Van Gorder dragging down the overall staff eliteness score.
I'm going to hold on that one, Trevor, because I don't know that this staff is better than last year's staff. I mean, I need to see it. I need to see that Chris Ash is better than Al Golden. I need to see that Jawan Sider is better than Dylan McCullough. I don't know that they are. So I need to see that.
Yeah.
Is there a chance for it? Sure, there's a chance for it, because you could argue if Sider's slightly below Dylan McCullough and Ash is slightly below Al Golden, but year 2 of Mike Denbrock is way better, and year 3 of trying to think of year 3 of Marty Biaggi is better, and year 2 for Max Bulla is better than what he was last year as full-time coach, and year 3 of Joe Rudolph is the year that he finally gets everything going in the right direction. Then that could make the staff better, even if those 2 guys are slightly below those other 2 guys. But if they're significantly below, none of those other things are going to matter, especially Chris Ash. So there's the potential for it to be that, but I need to see it first, because last year's staff was pretty flipping good too. So yeah, I'm gonna sell that or hold that. I need to see those guys in action. If you had to make me buy or sell one right now, I'd sell it, because what I know about Al Golden and Dylan McCullough is more impressive than what I know about Jawan Sider and Chris Ash. That may change once we get to the season, but as of right now, that's how I feel about it.
Getting into part 4 of Buy, Sell, Hold here on the Irish Breakdown podcast, brought to you by FanDuel. From D. Luz J01, Buy, Sell, Hold, Notre Dame averages 250 passing yards and 200 rushing yards in their games versus P4 opponents.
I'm going to sell, because I don't know who the quarterback's going to be, and my opinion is going to change a little bit depending on who the quarterback is. So I'm going to sell for now because of the passing yards. Yeah.
I'm also going to sell, because the level of what we saw last year is once you reach the level of competition in the postseason, that's also going to affect those numbers a little bit. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Notre Dame is going to face strictly P4 opponents in the playoff this season. I don't know if they're going to average 250 passing yards and 200 rushing yards in the postseason. If they do, it's going to be a heck of a fun postseason for Notre Dame. I'll say that. But I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you. Brendan Shamrock, Will Pauling will get more offensive snaps than Jordan Faison this year.
Oh, man. I'm going to – boy, this is a tough one. I'm going to buy that. I think Jordan Faison gets more Z snaps, but I think the combination of Will Pauling playing both Z and slot as the number 2 might result in that happening. So I'll buy that. I don't feel great about going with that as a buy, Trev, but I think there's enough of a possibility that I'll buy that.
We see that the same. From D. Masak 2, for each of the following, buy, sell, hold if Notre Dame wins a title this year. And Marcus Freeman even has a decent reminder to his time at Notre Dame, however long that may be. Simply returning Notre Dame to the promised land will earn him a statue outside of the stadium.
If Indy, for each of these following, buy, sell, hold if Notre Dame wins a title. If Marcus Freeman wins a title, he will have a statue outside the stadium for him.
Yeah, buy.
For not just for that one title, but also for the reasons that he mentioned. This is the longest time they've been in the desert, and he's brought them out. I mean, if you want to get biblical, he's not too far away from where Moses was with the the people, the Israeli, with the God's chosen people, right? Yeah. So yeah, I'll buy that. Definitely buy that.
Another one from D. Masak 2. IB will have new merch to commemorate it.
A buy. Yes, absolutely buy. I thought about coming up with new merch and being real petty. I was talking to a buddy of mine. I thought about doing like the IB logo and then having either on top underneath it SEC champs, but I don't know if I want to do that.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
At least one IB staffer will get a tattoo to commemorate it.
You want to answer that one, Trevor?
Hold.
Hold. If Notre Dame wins a title, you don't know that you'd get a tattoo commemorating
Let me be real, and I've actually talked about this. Actually, this has been brought up a lot in the last month or so. I have a lot of tattoos. Well, not a lot, but I have tattoos. I've always wanted to get a Notre Dame tattoo, but being in the chair that I'm in now, it feels a little weirder. Yeah, if I were to go to the press box and just have like a Notre Dame tattoo, or if I go on somebody else's show and I'm sitting here talking to them about, I can talk about this unbiased. So there's just like a leprechaun right here peeking out from underneath my shirt. So it would have to be somewhere that it can be hidden. I'm not opposed to getting a tattoo if Notre Dame wins a national championship, but it is genuinely a hold. But I'll probably be, never mind. It's a buy. I'll be so hyped up if they win it. I'll just go get one, if I'm being honest with you. It just won't be on my face. So, yeah.
Or here where people can see it. Yes.
I'm with you. It'll be somewhere hidden. Maybe on the back of my head, and I'll just let my hair grow out or something.
If it comes up to me, it's a no, because I don't have any tattoos and I don't plan on getting any tattoos. But yeah, I could definitely, I think Trevor, I could see Trevor doing that. Yeah.
Then by so hold, the class of 2023 will prove to have been the most impactful towards winning the title.
Yeah, I buy that. I mean, that's the Jeremiah Love, Drake Bowen, Jaden Greathouse, Jordan Faison, Adon Shuler. Who was that?
Christian Gray,
Boubacar Traore. Jaden Osbury. That class will be, that's the one that'll be most impactful. Kenny Minchie, if he wins a starting job, is added to that mix. He was in the 23 class.
Jags,
23 and 24 will be the driver. Jagasol, yep. Sullivan Absher might be his replacement. He's a member of the 23 class. 23 and 24 to me will be the two most impactful. Josh Burnham was 2022 class. He's a redshirt junior. But yeah, that is definitely a possibility. Definitely a possibility. Well, then who would be the defensive lineman from that class? Are any of those guys poised to make it? Armel Mukam, Boubacar we talked about. Yeah, so Mukam and Boubacar will be part of that. Elijah Hughes is part of that. He's part of the 23 class. So Preston Zinner, part of that class. So that class will be very impactful. Luke Talich is another member of the 23 class. So yes, I think the 23 class will be the driver.
Me too.
It's a good submission.
That is. Buy, sell, hold from Coach Keels. Do you gentlemen trust Marcus Freeman and staff to handle this quarterback competition correctly? Specifically, we've heard from players how much they appreciate the honesty of Marcus Freeman, and I'm hoping for the same here. My mind goes to the loser transferring, which would be unfortunate, but also understandable. Maybe if handled well, we can keep both in the fold.
Well, do I trust them enough? They haven't given me reason not to trust them in this situation, and partly because we haven't been in this situation with this staff. I don't really know the answer to that, but until proven otherwise, I think they've done enough other things well that I kind of give them the benefit of the doubt until I get reason to doubt it. Like, look, I know who I think should be the starter, but them not picking who I think should be the starter doesn't mean they made the wrong choice. It would be why they picked the other guy. That could be the wrong choice. There's a scenario in which they pick CJ Carr for the wrong reasons. If Kenny outplays CJ every day and it's not close, but they're like, yeah, but CJ has higher upside, that's the wrong reason to start CJ Carr. If he gets outplayed just consistently all camp by Kenny Minchie. So you can make the decision that I would otherwise agree with for the wrong reasons, and it's the wrong decision. But they just haven't given me reason to doubt that, and because we haven't been in the situation. The other thing that I'll go to is look, the reality is, so the answer is buy. I do trust them, but it's like with anything, trust, but I'm skeptical. I need to see it. The other part of this, Trev, is I want to say something. The odds of them keeping both of these kids for 2026 is like slim to none. Like I don't see how it happens. To me, it's not going to happen.
The way that I look at this is this coaching staff, and I do buy this. I trust the coaching staff, but they can't go into this with the mindset of, okay, what is the best way to do this to keep both players for 2026?
Correct.
That can't be the mindset.
That would be a wrong reason. Correct.
Exactly. At the end of the day, this team can't have the success that they want to in 2026, maintain a great recruiting class, and make a run again this year to kind of build on what we haven't seen Notre Dame do, at least in my lifetime, of stacked successful seasons, if they don't take care of business in 2025. So don't make your decision on your quarterback of, well, if we do it this way and split it 50-50, and then maybe we bring this back to light in the offseason of 2026, then we can have both players. Handle business in 2025. That has to be the forefront of the discussion. That's
why you recruited Blake Hebert. That's why you're bringing in Noah Grubbs. That's why you keep recruiting quarterback well. It's not going to happen.
Buy, sell, hold from OND 15. Adon Shuler is the top 3 most valuable player on the team by year's end.
I love the fact that he said most valuable, because most valuable is a buy. Do I think Adon Shuler is going to be one of the 3 most talented players, 3 most productive players? No, I do not. Do I think he's going to have Xavier Watts numbers? No, I do not. Do I think he's going to be one of the 3 most valuable? Absolutely. Leadership, communication, playmaking. Like, Adon proved himself last year to be a pretty clutch football player for Notre Dame. And that was his first year as a starter. I think he'll certainly build on that this season. He's going to play. If the other safety plays well, I think Adon's going to get some credit for that, because of him kind of doing for that guy what Xavier did for him last year. So Owen ND, I love this one, because you used, like, words can change how I respond to something. Adon Shuler is one of the 3 most productive, sell. Adon Shuler is one of the 3 most talented, sell. Valuable, absolutely. And I'm not saying that Adon's like ranks 19th on the starting players in talent. I'm just saying, like, when you look at talent, I mean, there's crazy athletes like Boubacar and Jeremiah Love and Leonard Moore and Christian Gray. It's just football player, valuable, leadership, communication. Adon will absolutely, in my opinion, be one of the best and most important on the roster for those things. And he's still a good football player, which to me makes him one of the 3 most valuable. I think that's a great observation. I'm going with that one.
Adon is on a very short list of players who started, played, and finished all 16 games last season. Mm-hmm. That is valuable. It's on defense. It is him, Drake Bowen, and I think the list ends there for started, played, and finished all 16 games.
Yeah.
On offense, it's Emil Wagner, Jeremiah Love, and Jaden Greathouse, I believe. And I think that's
and the Jaden starting off 16 games is more of listed as the starter. There's some games where he wasn't on the field first. Like, he was not on the field first against Texas A&M last year. But he was considered a starter, but they went with a package on a certain play, and then he was on the field the very next play.
Yep.
But to your point, he was, quote unquote, the starter and played all 16 games. But yes, you are correct. None of the other offensive linemen did that. Knapp came close. Mm-hmm. Eli Raridon didn't start last year. Faison didn't. None of the D tackles did, obviously, and none of the ends did, because Burnham got hurt against Northern Illinois and missed the next, I think, 3 games. He didn't come back until Stanford. Mm-hmm. So, yes, Junior Tumaka did not play a snap of the first 2 games last year.
Buy, sell, hold. One of these teams to win a national title the soonest. Oregon, Penn State, Texas. 3 coaches who still have to prove they can win on the biggest stage.
So we got to buy, sell, hold those 3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to buy Steve Sarkisian because he has more experience being in a major role to do this. I'm going to hold Dan Lanning because at least Dan Lanning's been on a staff that won a championship. I believe he was the D coordinator on the 21 Georgia team, correct? I believe that was his role. Now, Kirby is kind of the de facto D coordinator, but I believe that Dan Lanning was the defensive coordinator on that team. I'm going to go look that up here real quick. But, yeah, he was the co-defensive coordinator with Glenn Schumann. James Franklin, I'm selling because nothing about James Franklin says he's going to win a championship. Could be wrong, but that's where I'm at on that one. So buy Sark, hold Lanning, sell Franklin.
Yeah, I mean, basically the order that you listed out is relatively in line with what FanDuel has for their national championship odds this season. I mean, Georgia actually worked their way up to plus 600. They are now tied in the lead with Texas for the odds to win a national championship this year. But Texas is the leader amongst this buy, sell, hold submission. Penn State is at plus 700. They're only 50 points in odds higher than Ohio State, which is interesting. I get it given the roster and yada, yada, yada. Mm-hmm. But then Oregon is actually one spot ahead of Notre Dame at plus 1,400. They have the 8th best odds this year. But to your point, FanDuel and
I would go with Oregon over Penn State. What would you like? I understand completely why FanDuel has that. And that's where I would place odds if I was doing from a betting standpoint. From an analysis standpoint, how do you see it? Because I just think James Franklin just is not that kind of guy.
Yeah, I don't think James Franklin is either. Again, argument can also be made for Dan Lanning. This season specifically, I think Penn State's roster is in a better position to do that this year. But I don't have any of these three teams winning the national championship this upcoming season. So the next one to do it, I think your order of Texas, Oregon, Penn State is very, very fitting.
Texas is going to be loaded every year under Sark, which gives them a chance to win it every year under Sark. I also have more faith that Dan Lanning's going to have consistently better rosters than what James Franklin's going to have. I think James Franklin is in a window at Penn State, and if he doesn't win it in this window, he won't win it. I mean, Marcus Freeman's played a role in that because he just dominated him in the recruiting trail in the 2026 class. And beat him for some big time guys last year. So yeah, it's going to factor in.
If not this year with these two coordinators and the talent returning and the experience, if not this year and not last year with Abdul Carter and Tyler Warren, I don't know when you can say that'll be the year that James Franklin.
Yeah. Next year they lose Drew Aller, they lose Singleton, they lose denied Dennis Sutton, they lose Katron Allen. I think they lose Trevor Pena. They're going to lose maybe Drew Shelton, but not definitively. At least a couple offensive linemen are going to be gone. They're going to lose AJ Harris. They're going to lose I think Wheatley is done after this year. They're going to lose a lot. And I don't know that they've recruited to a point where they can reload the way that I think Ohio State's going to reload this year. I just don't think they will. So yes, I agree with you there.
Another one from Owen D15. If you could add one of these three players to Notre Dame's roster this year, who would it be? Dylan Stewart, Caleb Downs, Ryan Williams.
Look, I think Caleb Downs is the best player on this list. I predicted Ryan Williams to be my offensive MVP of the SEC, but it's Dylan Stewart for me. That is an elite proven edge rusher that's going to have at least 2 years left. Yeah, I love Boubacar and Bryce Young, but I know that Dylan Stewart can do what I think they can do. But here's the other thing. If you give me all three of them, I don't care who my other safety is. You know what I mean? Like they can have a bigger impact on the overall. An elite DN can have a bigger impact on what your safeties do than your safeties are going to do on what your defensive end can do. I'm not saying they're better players. And I think Notre Dame's receiving core is very good. Let me say this. I would gladly take all three of these guys. But as far as impact on the team, it's hard for me to – could you see a third down in the title game, 3rd and 11 against Ohio State, and it's Boubacar, Bryce Young, and Dylan Stewart all on the field together? You're not getting that pass off the way that he did last year. You're just not. I love Don Lloyd said the answer is yes. So, yeah, exactly, Don. You nailed it, man. It's like, who would you like to add? Dylan Stewart, Caleb Downs, Ryan Williams. Yes. But to answer the question in a buy-sell-hold fashion, I'm buying Dylan Stewart, I'm holding Caleb Downs, and I'm selling Ryan Williams. And it's just about need and, if you give me Adon Shuler and Caleb Downs next to each other, that's pretty money. If you give me Dylan Stewart on my defensive end, that's money. You give me Ryan Williams at receiver at Z with Jaden Greathouse and Malachi Fields, that's so freaking money. But as far as what I think the biggest needs are, that's really where my ranking comes from. So buy Dylan Stewart because I think that's the bigger need. Caleb Downs would be next, and then Ryan Williams would be third. That's where I'm at.
Same.
Yeah, good answer, Don. Yes. great.
Buy, sell, hold from Josh CSP77. First touchdown against Miami will be a passing touchdown. I'm going to buy that. We kind of covered it earlier in the show when we got asked a question about which running back will score the first rushing touchdown. And I said that I think Jeremiah Love will get the first touchdown in the running back room, but I don't think it'll be a rushing one. That also coincides with what I think the first touchdown pass against Miami will be.
Love it. Love it.
Buy one, sell one, hold one. We got some receiving cores in here. Will Fuller, Chris Brown, Amir Carlisle, Durham Smythe, Chase Claypool, Miles Boykin, Chris Fink, Alize Mack, Will Pauling, or Jordan Faison, Jaden Greathouse, Malachi Fields, Eli Raridan.
Oh, man, that is tough. Oh, man. I'll tell you what, man, if with this team, I'm tempted to go with the big guys in the 18 group, but I'm going to go with speed because of the way that I think Kenny and CJ can throw the ball down the field. You give me an offense that's got Will Fuller, Chris Brown, Amir Carlisle, Jeremiah Love, and Jadarian Price. You're not beating that team. I'm sorry. And I don't know that you're beating them with Boykin, Claypool, Fink, and Mack either, but I'm going with that. And I also think Durham Smythe was a better blocker. And when you've got that kind of talent, I don't know if the tight end's catching a million balls in that situation. And I just think of how much we've seen Kenny and CJ throw the ball down the field, and now he's got Will Fuller on that team. Whew. Screen game under Mike Denbrock could be pretty nasty. I mean, we saw what that receiving core can do with Mike Denbrock.
I was just about to say, yeah,
as the OC. He recruited all the 18 guys. I mean, that's the thing is, so I'm buying that one. I'm holding the Claypool, Boykin, Fink, Alize Mack unit simply because I love the idea of the big guys that can kind of give your quarterback sort of that security blanket. They can stretch the field to a degree, but I don't know that they're creating the separation that the 15 group has.
Yeah.
And with the current group, I just need to see them together first. I know what those other two units are. I don't know for sure yet what this unit will be. I'm confident in it. And I could end up looking ridiculous by the end of the year. I could see a scenario where Eli Raridan's better than Durham Smythe and Alize Mack were. I think Jaden Greathouse is the best slot of the three units. But Fuller is, I think Malachi Fields is really good. He's not a star yet. And Will Fuller was a star in 2015 and a known star because of what he did the year before. He was a 70-plus catch, 1,000-yard, 15 touchdown guy the year before. So that's kind of 14 touchdown guy the year before. So that's why I'm going with that one. But it's not easy to say no to 18 or 25. And if you'd asked me about last year's team, it'd have been the 18 group. If we're talking about on last year's team with Riley Leonard at quarterback, I'd have gone with Claypool, Boykin.
Oh, yeah.
And those guys. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this then, real quick, just to have some fun with this question. If the 25 group performs the way that you think that it can, would you hold them over the 18 group?
If they performed the way that I think they can, I would buy them over all of them.
Ooh.
And here's why. None of these guys, in my opinion, will be Will Fuller this year. But I think they would be better at 2, 3, and tight end if this team plays the way I think it's going to play. Meaning Will Fuller's better than Claypool, better than Boykin, better than Pauling, better than Faison, better than Fields, better than Greathouse, better than all of them. But I think Jaden Greathouse is better than Amir Carlisle and Chris Fink by 1,000 miles. And I like Amir and Chris Fink, but I think Greathouse could be a really good player. I think that Pauling and Faison is better than Chris Brown in the bound. Actually, if you want to look by position, it's Fields is way better than Chris Brown. Fuller's way better than Pauling and Faison. And then Greathouse would be way better than Amir Carlisle, and Eli Raridan's going to be way better than Durham Smythe.
Yeah.
If they play the way that I think they're going to play. But I don't know that yet. So it's the known versus the unknown. That's kind of where I'm at. And if you go with 18, you're fine. You're smart. But it's just, I think the style this team needs is more the speed. Just go fast. You got speed everywhere. In this scenario, Jeremiah Love would probably, if with 15, might not be your second most explosive player on offense. Just at like speed wise. At best, he's second. At best. That's not true again with the 18 group. It's not true with this group. He's number one. Think about that. What would an offense look like where Jeremiah Love is not your most explosive player? That'd be fun to watch. With last year's team, again, I said this before, I don't know that Will Fuller is a great matchup with Riley Leonard.
I don't know.
He wouldn't have been in 2022 with Tyler Buckner and Drew Pine. They would have needed the big receivers you can throw back shoulders to. In 2023 with Sam Hartman, in 2025 with CJ or Kenny, okay, let's roll. Let's do this. So it just depends on who your quarterback is and what your offense is. But these are all good options. But I like that follow-up, Trevor. Who would you take if the 25 unit is what I think it's going to be or what you think it's going to be? Where would you put them? What would it then be? You could project forward and you're correct in your prediction of what they're going to do. What's your buy so hold then?
If I could project forward and they do what I think that they do, I'm also in line with you. I'm buying the 25 group. Okay. To your point, they're not going to have a Will Fuller, but I think that Eli Raridan clears both Alizé Mack and Durham Smythe kind of by a wide margin. Mm-hmm. And then I'm taking Jaden Greathouse in the slot. And so then it comes down to, okay, will Malachi Fields be a better boundary than Chris Brown? Yes. And do I think that he will be at the minimum comparable to Boykin in 18 or Claypool in 19? Also, yes. And so once you start washing some of those, yes, they won't have a Will Fuller, but that becomes the outlier. And so, yeah, I would buy the 25 group, hold 15, and then sell 18, especially for the makeup of this roster. Buy, sell, hold from Reese's Crisp. Toughest game of the year of these three: Boise State, Pitt, Syracuse.
Buy Pitt, hold Boise, sell Syracuse.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold Love, 1,100 rushing yards, price $850, and the third running back at $500.
I'm going to buy. I'm actually going to buy Price at $850. I'm going to hold Jeremiah Love 1,100. And no, I'm not. I'm going to buy Jeremiah Love at 1,100, hold Jeremiah or Jadarian at $850, and sell the third at $500, especially now that Keedron's not playing.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold Best Pets, dog, cats, rodents.
Buy dog, hold cat, sell rodents. I don't know that I would ever bring a rodent into my home. I never had a guinea pig or a hamster growing up as a kid. I only ever had dogs and cats. And then I'm obviously a dog guy, as you know. I'm not against cats. Cats are just kind of fickle. And we've had some good cats and some evil cats in our lifetime, but I've never had a bad dog. So,
yeah, I think mine. Dogs clear by a mile. I'm a dog guy. Yeah. I'm not a cat person. The second I found out that cats know their name and choose when to respond to it, that's when cats went out the window for me. But I'm still going to sell rodents.
Yes.
And then best TV shows. Buy, sell, hold Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, or Dexter.
I've never watched an episode of Breaking Bad. I've never watched an episode of Dexter, and I only watched half a season of Game of Thrones. So I'm out. You have an answer for this one?
I do. I am buying Breaking Bad because that is one of the very few TV shows that I love from start to finish. I am going to hold Game of Thrones because seasons 1 through 5 of Game of Thrones was absolutely fantastic. And I thought they ended it on a very poor note. And then I'm selling Dexter because I've never seen it. So,
yeah. The premise of Dexter seems very intriguing.
Yeah.
He's a serial killer that only kills bad people. He's like a coroner or something like that. So he knows who bad guys are and he kills them all. It's very, very intriguing one. But yes, can't answer beyond that.
Buy, sell, hold from Freeman Natty. Chris Ash at Miami calls a noticeably more conservative game on defense than Golden's defense. Not referencing success, just noticeably more conservative with bringing bodies.
Yeah, obviously that's part of that's going to depend on how the game is going, but I buy that. I don't think he's going to just come out there and try to heat Miami. If you got a veteran quarterback, even in a new system, is going to have an idea where to go with the football if you blitz him a lot, and he knows it's coming. You want to get him with some surprise pressures where you bring that random corner fire, that random will end or will tackle twist. Something like that, you stunt the two inside guys, bring the will on a delay blitz, and you get him that way. But you don't want to be heating him up all the time because when you don't get home, you run the risk of him beating you. So in this particular game, and I would say that might even be true for Al Golden in this game if he was still here, but I'll buy that.
I will as well. AJ Sully, ND, we are all losing our minds right now waiting for August 31st.
Bye.
Yeah.
Yes, AJ.
I started
Absolutely.
losing my mind after Notre Dame lost in the national championship and then just sitting there thinking about how long August 31st was away. So, yeah, bye. And then from JJND, Jeremiah Love goes for 450 receiving yards.
I'm going to buy this one, Trev. I'm going to buy this one for all the things you've said earlier in the show. I mean, you've got me convinced, buddy. You better buy this one because you're the reason that I'm buying this one because of everything you've said. And the first touchdown of the year is going to be a pass to Jeremiah Love. Come on, man. You got to buy this one now, you know? So,
no, I'm buying it for sure. Yeah.
450 yards divided by the number of games we think we're going to play is an average of only 30.
30.
Yep. Yeah. Buy that this year. Yep.
From Bye Rocket, biggest offensive factor in outcome of the Miami game. Well, let's buy, sell, hold each one of these, or do you want?
That's why I think it's buy, sell, hold. Like buy one, sell one, hold one is kind of how I see that one.
Okay. Consistently convert.
Because I'm buying all three. That's an easy. I'm like buying all three of these, but yeah.
Yep. Consistently convert third and short on the ground, ability to complete second level throws and turnovers.
I'm going to buy the ability to complete second level throws. So I think if you're able to consistently convert third and short on the ground, that's fine. But that doesn't tell me you're converting many of the third and fives and third and sixes. I don't know how many third and shorts you're going to be in a game where you can't complete second level throws.
Yeah. Which
is basically anything beyond 10 yards. I think you get to the point where you're just ground and pound and quick game. I think eventually Miami's just going to say, okay, we're just going to come up and make you throw it over our head. And if you can't complete that, then they're going to be good enough in the box to slow you down because it's like we're not afraid of anything else. And then so I'll buy that and I'll hold turnovers and I'll sell consistently converting third and short on the ground. Because if you don't turn the ball over and you're completing second level throws, you're not going to need a whole lot of third and shorts. I mean, you could go a whole game of dominance and not really have to and go 0 for 2 in your only third and short situations, but you hit 3 bombs and you didn't turn the ball over, and if you said, okay, you can't buy ability to complete second level throws, and I'd say then turnovers, so I think those two are important, but ability to complete second level throws, buy, hold, turnover, sell, consistently convert third and short on the ground. Because I also think I don't care if you throw every time on thirds too, as long as you get it.
Yeah, I'm selling the third and short on the ground. I think I'm actually going to buy turnovers. You got a young, inexperienced quarterback, and you're on the road. Turnovers on the road kill you in general. Then once you throw in the factor that you're either going to have a redshirt freshman or a redshirt sophomore who's never started a game under center for you, I think that kind of adds to it. But you made a compelling argument, and I started to think about it. But I'm still gonna buy turnovers, and then in a close hold, ability to complete second level throws, and then consistently convert third short. So
yep. Normally, I tell the chat to stay on point during the show, but there's a conversation in here about cartoons as a kid. And it's basically Thundercats, He-Man, and Voltron. My girl Nelly basically said the cats were good. I liked He-Man too, Voltron over both. I'm buying He-Man. I was a big He-Man guy. I'm holding Voltron, which was legit, just not on as long. And I'm selling Thundercats, but they were all great. Thundercats was just had I think the shortest run of all of them. So there just wasn't as much of the Thundercats. But Fight Mike said Thundercats just a hairy Masters of the Universe. I'm going to disagree on that to a degree, but he's not completely way off. It was kind of a hairy Master of the Universe, but I still liked it. Yeah. Love going to my childhood.
Flipping to the other side of the coin here, biggest defensive factor in the outcome of the Miami game. Buy one, sell one, hold one, stopping first down runs, pass rush with the front four, and again, turnovers.
Ooh, I'm going to go buy, sell, hold in that order because I think if you stop them on first down runs, you put yourself in better pass rushing situations, which then is going to lead to more turnovers. So I think it's building blocks if we look at it and Notre Dame turns them over a bunch, I think it's going to be because they're doing the first two things. I don't see them forcing turnovers. You know what I'm saying? So, like, not that turnovers aren't important, but I don't see them forcing a lot of turnovers if they're not shutting them down on the ground and first down and getting after the quarterback with your front four. So I think they build to turnovers. So that's what I'm going to go with that. So I think it's important to stop the run, which then puts you in position to rush the passer, which then will force turnovers. More turnovers. Like that. That's what I'm going with.
I like that. No disagreements from my side. From Law Dog, Jalen Sneed will have the most tackles for loss of all the linebackers.
I'm sorry. Every time you see his name or I see his name on the board, I immediately think of that scene from Tombstone. Law don't go around here, you know? Hey, Law Dog, you know, Law don't go around here. So I don't know why. I just think of Ike Clanton from Tombstone every time I see his name.
I get it.
Appreciate that. But anyway, Jalen Sneed will have the most TFLs of all the linebackers. I'm going to sell that. It's possible. If he starts at will, then I'll feel a lot better about buying it. Right now, I'd probably go Kingston. Right now, maybe Drake. But if Jalen ends up winning the starting job at will and he plays somewhat close snaps that what Jack Kaiser or Drake Bowden played last year, then I could certainly see that. Absolutely. Because if he starts and is playing a higher number of the reps, it means he's figured out some of the technical things and assignment things, and he's improved in that area, which means now his athleticism takes over, which means he makes a ton of plays. So it's not outside the realm of possibility that this is going to be correct, but I'm going to sell it just because as of right now, I'm going with either Drake or Kingston.
I'm selling because I'm going with Jaden Osbury. He finished tied second on the team in tackles for a loss last year, and I think he's just going to pick up that performance this year.
I love that. I want to say I'm going Jaden Osbury because he did it last year. Again, he's not going to play less. I love it. I love it.
Buy, sell, hold. Cole Mullins will have at least one tackle for loss against Miami.
I'm going to sell that because I just don't know. I don't know yet how much he's going to play, but I like this submission. I could see it, but right now I'm going to say no, but I could see it.
Buy, sell, hold. Miami will be held to under 120 rushing yards.
I'm not there yet. No, I'm not there yet. I've only seen one practice so far, and I thought the Notre Dame offensive line did pretty well. It's practice number one. I mean, if you hold them to 129 yards, that's a heck of a day against Miami's run game. Hold them on 120 is elite. And if you hold them under 120, it's more likely that if you held them under 120, it's because you scored touchdowns on your first three drives and it's 21-0 in the middle of second quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. It's a really good performance. So I'm going to sell that one.
Yeah, I'm going to sell it too. I could very well see them getting 30 rushing yards a quarter. I mean, I think it'll be a closer game. Like, it's just not. Yeah, that would be an insane performance on either side of the ball. To your point, Brian, if they're to the point where they can't rush the ball enough to run for 120 yards, that game's going to be nuts. Another one from Law Dog. The most impactful defensive unit against Miami will be the linebackers.
You know, I would say sell because I'm going to go with secondary, but I could see a scenario in which the linebackers are hugely important because they're stopping the run. They're getting pressures on the quarterback. Maybe they're jumping in passing lanes for quick game. I don't feel great about selling this, but I just think the secondary coming in and just locking down the Miami pass game is still going to be the most important thing. That I'm still there. But that's a tough one. I don't feel great about my sell on this one.
I'm going to sell it, and I'm actually going to go with the defensive line. Notre Dame's defensive line is going to be tested early. We think that Miami has a top 10 offensive line unit in the country and one of the best on Notre Dame's schedule. It's going to be a good gauge for where they're going to be at against Texas A&M, but they're going to have to show that they can stop the run and also generate pressure with just their front four against a really good offensive line. So I'll go with D-line, but it's all going to be close. You're going to need everybody. I know that sounds pretty generic, but it wouldn't shock me if it's the linebackers. In no way would it surprise me if it's the secondary, but I'm going to go D-line on this one. And then buy, sell, hold. Tom Cruise movies, Denzel Washington movies, Clint Eastwood movies.
I'm going to sell Clint Eastwood because there's a couple movies of his that I liked. You and I were talking about one the other day. I really liked Trouble with the Curve.
Yeah.
That was a really good movie. And there's a couple others. He had a couple. Unforgiven wasn't bad. That was a great cast. It had Morgan Freeman, Gene Hackman, really good cast. Good movie, not a great movie. A lot of his movies, like the old westerns, the spaghetti westerns and things like that, they were good. But I think I've liked more of his movies as a director. I mean, like Gran Torino was pretty decent, but like he was the same guy in Gran Torino that he was in Trouble with the Curve. It's just in one he was a grumpy old dude, and a former war vet, but in the other one he was a baseball scout. But it was the same guy, like same exact character, just less racist. And
I was just about to say,
same guy, less racist. But I mean, he's a good actor, but he wasn't like I don't know, like he's not in the same league as like Denzel and Tom Cruise. Denzel movies versus Tom Cruise movies, man, that's a tougher one because Denzel, in my opinion, was in a broader array of movies that I enjoy, where most of the Tom Cruise movies that he's been in were action movies. I don't love all his works. I never saw Eyes Wide Shut. I didn't really like Far and Away. I didn't love Days of Thunder. Like there's a lot of them like that. My favorite Tom Cruise movies are obviously Top Gun, Maverick, the Mission Impossibles, Minority Report, Oblivion was okay. A little bit of a weird movie, but he was good in it. Like I don't know that there's a ton of like where with Denzel, it's like there's Equalizer, there is The Man on Fire, where there's like a lot of action movies, but then there's Gettysburg or Glory. I mean, when you go back and watch him in Glory with Morgan Freeman and Matthew Broderick, phenomenal in that movie. Great movie, nothing like the other ones. There's the Philadelphia Experiment with Tom Hanks not Philadelphia Experiment, the Philadelphia Story with Tom Hanks. So there's just a little bit more. Now Tom Cruise has been in a lot of different type of movies. Vanilla Sky wasn't anything like those. I just didn't think those movies were any good. I didn't enjoy them. I don't buy him as a non-action person. Does that make sense? Where Denzel, I buy him in basically any role he's been in. I'm like, I buy that.
Yeah.
Even some movies like where he's like the bad guy. You're like, I don't like him as a bad guy, but man, he's super convincing with it, and so that's where I'd go with that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell Clint Eastwood. I'm gonna buy Denzel, hold Tom Cruise, but it's not by a lot.
I think Tom Cruise action movies are better than Denzel action movies, even though I love Equalizer. But Tom Cruise's Maverick and like those are, to me, I'd rather watch those. But it's that variety of stuff that Denzel's been in.
Oh yeah, because for all the Training Days and the Equalizers, he's also in like Remember the Titans and Glory, and I get that completely. But man,
somebody just brought up one that wasn't an action movie that he was good in. Actually, Jerry Maguire. He was actually great in Jerry Maguire. That wasn't an action movie. I'll give you that one. But I'd still think. What was the other one? Did you just bring up? Did you mention? What was it? The Edge of Tomorrow. Very underrated Tom Cruise movie.
Oh, I love The Edge of Tomorrow.
Very underrated Tom Cruise movie. That was an excellent movie.
Yeah. So that movie was crazy. I mean, that was like, that was Groundhog Day meets Halo meets it was nuts. Meets
DJ Holman asks, is Denzel a bad guy and He Got Game? Yes, he is, I think. Yeah, I kind of viewed him as like not the good guy in that movie. He kind of redeemed himself a little bit at the end, but like for most of the movie, he wasn't a good guy, but he's very convincing in it. Did you ever see He Got Game with Ray Allen, where he was Jesus Shuttleworth, and he was Jesus? Basically, he gets out of prison. They let him out of prison to convince Jesus Shuttleworth, who was his son, who's a great big time basketball player, played by Ray Allen, to go to a certain school. And so, yeah, interesting.
To check it out.
But I just would say Tom Cruise is a great actor. I just have not enjoyed some of his non-action movies as much.
Rocket is Heisman. Who would you buy, sell, hold as the better playmaker? Rocket Ismail, Michael Floyd, or Will Fuller?
If you could only go receiver, I would actually probably go Michael Floyd buy, Will Fuller hold, and then Rocket Ismail sell. But if you're going to give me an entirety of how they played the game, I'm going to buy Rocket, hold Floyd, sell Fuller, because Rocket could do so much as a returner. He was so dangerous as a returner. And that's partly because he just wasn't used as much as those other guys. But Rocket could run the football. I mean, there was a year he had over 600 rushing yards, or over 500 rushing yards. Actually, I don't think he ever got to 600. Let me go look at this real quick. But that's the thing that separates him from the others, is he could do everything. Michael Floyd did have a big return in which bowl game was it? Champ Sports Bowl against Florida State. Remember when they put him back to return punts? But I don't remember him returning a lot of other punts outside of that. Will Fuller was never a kick returner, but like you look at Rock, he actually was over 600. No, it's receiving. He was in his last year at Notre Dame. Rocket had 699 receiving yards, 537 rushing yards. He also had a kick return for a touchdown, was a dynamic punt returner. So he just could do everything. And that's why I do that. Will Fuller was a speed guy. Michael Floyd could beat you deep, but Michael Floyd could also do things after the catch. So that's why I'd go with Michael over Will. So that's and when you look at Michael, when he played with Jimmy, was a big play weapon, like major big play weapon when he was playing with Jimmy.
Buy, sell, hold. With Notre Dame losing Kevin Bauman, they dip back into this recruiting cycle to add another tight end and through the 27 recruiting cycle or in the portal at the end of the season.
I don't think they need to go to the recruiting for, like, I think I buy going to the portal and sell adding, because this is kind of a question.
Yeah, I mean,
as opposed to a buy, sell, hold. I'm going to buy, go to the portal. I'm going to sell, go into the recruiting class, because I think you're going to need a bridge between 27 and 28, and you do that in the portal, not adding a third true freshman to the mix for next year, next couple of years.
Well, and with Notre Dame losing Kevin Bauman, he was out of eligibility after this year anyways.
Right.
It's not like he would have been able to come back for the 26 season.
That's a great point.
So,
that's a great point.
You know.
Great point.
Buy, sell, hold from Rocket is Heisman. The 92 running back trio of Bettis, Brooks, and Becton was better than the 24 Love Price. Yeah. Better than the 24 Love Price Williams. FYI, take either group.
Yeah, take either group. If I had to pick between the two, I'm taking 1992 with those three, with Reggie Brooks, Jerome Bettis, and Lee Becton. 100%. Absolutely. Now, that may change if you're going to give me 25 group, but 20 – I mean, I love Jeremiah Love. Reggie Brooks was amazing in 1992. Rushed for 1,343 yards. You think Jeremiah Love was a big play guy last year, 6.9 yards per carry. Reggie Brooks averaged 8.0 yards per carry in 1992, Trev. 8.0. Had 13 touchdowns. Jerome rushed for 825 yards, 5.4 per carry, 10 touchdowns. And Lee Becton rushed for 373 and had 3 touchdowns. Keep in mind that they only played 11 games that year statistically. Now, that was still back when they they didn't count bowl games, I don't believe, back then. But that's just so you're like clear. That would be
8 yards a carry is decent.
Yeah. And then Jerome, I'd go with 92. And the other thing, too, is that 92 team not only had those guys, but they had Ray Zellers on that team, who was, I think, a first-round draft pick in the NFL. They had Willie Clark at running back on that roster. Jeff Burris was, a guy that they would bring in. He was a DB, but they'd bring him in and hand him the ball off in some of their goal line situations. That running back room was pretty nasty. Dean Lytle was another talented guy in that room. So, yeah, I'd take that one. Now, 25 may end up being better. But if we're comparing last year, this is even better. It's ridiculous numbers.
Buy, sell, hold from Domer since birth. Notre Dame will have 3 players with 800 yards, 3 players with 800 receiving yards, or 2 quarterbacks with 1,500 yards passing.
So I assume 800 yards rushing?
Rushing.
I'm gonna sell 2 quarterbacks with 1,500 yards passing, because I don't want that to happen. Because I don't want one guy to struggle, and I don't want one guy to get hurt. I don't want either one of those things. I want one guy to win the job and then have the job. That's the ideal. That's the best case scenario for Notre Dame. I'm going to hold the 3 players with 800 plus rushing yards. I just don't see that happening without a quarterback that's going to be one of those 3. I just don't see it. And I'll buy the 800 yards receiving. I could certainly see that happen. Because he said players. He didn't say receivers because then, maybe it could be Eli Raridan, but I think that's the most likely of those three.
We see that the same. Buy, sell, hold. Who do you want to host in an ideal first-round playoff game? LSU, Michigan, or the Ohio State Buckeyes?
That's an easy one for me. I'm going to buy LSU, hold Michigan, and sell Ohio State. I want to beat Ohio State on a neutral field because I feel like if you beat them at home, it's going to be like, yeah, well, you beat them, but you beat them at home. I mean, it's a big game no matter what. It's a huge win no matter what. But I would kind of like the idea of where no excuses. No, you had to come to our place. We had home field advantage. The other two, I don't really care about those teams as much, and I would love to, beat Brian Kelly on his home field, his former home field. And then I'd love to beat Michigan, at Notre Dame Stadium. Outside of that, I don't care about Michigan. So that's my answer to that.
Yep. I am of the same thought. Buy, sell, hold, coaches poll, AP poll, or the playoff committee?
Buy playoff committee, sell AP poll, sell coaches poll. Now, if I had to go with one of those two, I'd go playoff committee, buy, hold the coaches poll, sell the AP poll. Because some coaches will vote in that, some won't. It's their SIDs and stuff. But that's the AP polls become such a joke. It's just like recently, it's just I don't even pay attention to either one of them. But that would be my order. Buy playoff, hold coaches, sell AP.
Agreed. Irish Wolfhound, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will have the same regular season record in 2025 with either Minchie or Carr. The difference will be how far they can go in the playoffs.
That I buy. I don't think Notre Dame's regular season will be impacted much by who starts. I do think that you could potentially argue that the postseason could be impacted by it. Yeah, I would agree with that. I'll buy that.
Another one from Irish Wolfhound. If Bubba Frazier was 2 inches taller, he would be a consensus top 150 prospect by the major recruiting rankings.
Definitely buy that. I think I've actually said that. I think I said if he was 3 inches taller, he's a top 100 player. So you get him up to 6 feet tall, I'd say he's definitely top 150. I agree. I'll buy that. Absolutely buy that.
Notre Dame's starting secondary will be the tallest position group on the team by 2027.
So it'll be the tallest on defense. It won't be the tallest on it, and it won't even be in all seriousness. It won't even be the tallest on defense. You'll never have a position group taller than the offensive line. I mean, just think about last year's recruiting class. Will Black at 6'7", Matty Augustine at 6'7", Owen Strebig at about almost 6'8". I mean, your tall guys, Cam Herron at 6'2.5". I mean, you're just Sullivan Absher 6'8", Jagasol 6'7", Gerby 6'7". Billy Strouth is 6'4", Chris Tarrick 6'5". It's just you're never going to be as tall as that. And then defensive line wise, I mean, just as tall as the secondary is, you still have 5'11" Nick Reddish bringing that down a little bit, where the defensive line is 6'4", 6'4", 6'4", 6'4". So, and that's not even you got 6'7" Bryce Young, so. It's tall, but it ain't that tall. It's closer than it is anywhere else in college football, but it's still not as tall as the trenches. So
I'll say this: about a couple weeks ago, Joey O'Brien was out doing interviews at the Eagles practice, and there was a picture of him standing next to Jordan Mailata, who's 6'8", and Lane Johnson, who's 6'6". Yeah. And there could be an argument to be made that he was not the shortest person in that picture. So
now part of that is they had cleats on, so they're going to be dug into the ground a little bit more, I believe. But yeah, you're correct. But there's always going to be a 5'11" Brandon Logan to balance that out, a 5'11" Nick Reddish to balance that out, a 6 foot Dallas Golden to balance that out, a 6 foot Mark Zachary to balance that out. There aren't those guys on the D line. That would be the difference to me. But the fact that first of all, Irish Wolfhound, I love this submission. This is great. That we're even having this conversation, but yeah, I wouldn't have even thought to ask this submission, but it's a great submission when you think about it. Nobody else in the college football, if anyone else in college football is asking this one, it's a really bad sign because it means their defensive line is made up of a bunch of 6'1", 6'2" guys. But for Notre Dame, it's like, well, yeah, you could have a safety room of 2 6'5" guys in a couple of years. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy.
From the history expert, as long as it is not Miami or USC, you would be okay with Notre Dame losing a game to avoid a month-long layoff that comes with a top 4 seed.
Let me massage this one. I'll sell because I'm never okay with Notre Dame losing a game. But if the reward is you're the 5 seed, I will not be upset about that. If the result is the 5 seed, I will not be upset about that. But if you
Big
told me they
picture,
had to lose a game, I would say yes, as long as it's not Miami or USC. I would throw Texas A&M in there. I would want it to be not one of those 3 teams.
yeah. From that point, I get it. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I get it.
That's a tough one because he's making a really super rational point, but I can't voice the words I buy that I'm okay with Notre Dame losing a game. I can't.
That's my whole thing, man.
I'll buy the end result. I'll buy what it results in. That's where I can go. But it's I can't do it. But the way you ask the question, I love the way you ask the question because then it puts us in a situation where we have to buy a loss. So I'm going to cheat and say I'm not going to buy that, but I'll buy the result. It's a good one.
Sean Patrick, 50, buy, sell, hold. There are at least 3 starters on offense and 3 starters on defense you would bring over from the 1988 team, thus removing 6 starters from this year's 2025 team.
Oh, man. I mean, again, we're projecting them being modern athletes as well. But, yes, I would absolutely bring Rocket Ismail over. I would absolutely bring Andy Heck over. I mean, I'd consider Tony Rice if he was born in the modern era. But, you've got Ricky Waters, Derek Brown, Tim Grunhard. I mean, there's some NFL. Andy Heck was a first-round NFL draft pick. So I think I could convince myself of 3 there. Defensively, put Pat Terrell next to Adon Shuler. Sign me up. Sign me up for sure. Give me Todd Light at corner, and that way I have some combination of Todd Light, Christian Gray, and Leonard Moore starting at 2 corners in the nickel spot. Sign me up. And you want to give me Michael Stonebreaker next to Drake Bowen? All right, cool. You want to give me Chris Zorich at nose guard? Over love him, but over Donovan Heinisch? Yeah, okay. I'll take that. So there's certainly, you don't think Frank Stamms, coming off the edge, rushing the quarterback? Wes Pritchett over Drake Bowen, I couldn't go with as much as I love Wes Pritchett as a player, but Michael Stonebreaker at will, heck yeah, man. So yes, I'd buy that. Absolutely buy that. No question. What's funny is that 88 offensive line, I say that now, but I would not have said that if you were to say from what you knew of that team before the season, because the offensive line, they lost 5 starters from the previous year's offensive line. 5. Andy Heck was technically a starter, but he started at tight end, which was a lot more in common with an offensive tackle then than it does now. But still, it was a different position. But what they became, I could definitely find 3. You don't think putting Ricky Waters and Rocket Ismail on this team wouldn't be pretty big? Yeah, I'll take that.
DCLTJ, buy, sell, hold. Although the national attention will not be similar, Drake Bowen will have a Manti Te'o-like season while leading the defense, just less numbers with more help.
With that caveat, I buy that. Because you're talking impact plays and big moments, leadership, toughness, all that. Yeah, I buy that. But he said less numbers, meaning he doesn't have the hundreds plus tackles. He doesn't have the 7 interceptions. Yeah, I'll buy that. Just heart of the team, all that stuff. Absolutely.
With the infusion of added talent on defense, Notre Dame will set a new standard for the new era of college football with a deep hockey-like rotation at all positions that keep the team fresh for all 15 games.
If Notre Dame wins a title, I absolutely buy this. Or even if let's say they play for the title in 3 out of 4 seasons. So last year, this year, and then let's say 26, and then their semifinals in 27. Even if they don't win it, I still think that you could make a case that this will be a buy. Because, and here's why. If for no other reason, you have to do that defensively to compete with Notre Dame on the recruiting trail. Because they're going to say to kids, look, man, you come here and you're going to play as a freshman or sophomore because you don't have to be the starter to play for us. We're going to play 15, 18, 19, 20 guys on defense in every game. And there's years where we got backups getting drafted. Like that's how it was under Lou Holtz. They'd have backup DBs and backup running backs get drafted. And because we play so many guys, it's the new standard for how we play, and it wins. So you're going to have teams that are going to have to make changes just to continue recruiting against Notre Dame. But then B, football coaches are copycats. And if it's working for Notre Dame, they're going to say, hey, man, this should work for us. Let's maybe get out of the way we've been doing it. Look what Marcus Freeman's doing over there and follow suit. So, yeah, I buy that. If they win the way that I think they're going to win, then yes. If Notre Dame goes out and goes 9-3 this year, I don't think anyone's looking to copy what Notre Dame's doing.
From T Shoup 11, buy, sell, hold. Drake Bowden not participating in baseball this spring will be the number one reason we will point to when he makes the jump in his play making, besides just being a year older. Yeah, I buy that. I mean, he talked about it in his last media availability about how he just feels fresher. He walked through a weekend of what it was like being on the baseball team and the football team in the spring. I mean, he was gone Thursday through Sunday, gets back Sunday at 2 a.m., and then is at Monday morning workouts for the football team. So his rest and recovery is significantly better. He was there. One, it also helps too, because he was a part of the Chris Ash install. As the middle linebacker, that's pretty important. I think them going through a defensive coordinator change may have also been a factor, not a leading factor, but a factor in the decision to stick with football. But yeah, that's definitely a factor in this for sure.
I think this comment is hilarious from C. Gargis. Denzel's close too. I think he went with Tom Cruise, has never been in a bad movie. Agree to disagree, but he said Denzel's close. He goes, Clint shared the lead with a monkey. It was an orangutan, but yes. It was an orangutan, but yes, he did share the lead with an orangutan. That's great.
That's fair.
That's good. I agree with you on that one, Trev. You nailed it.
Buy, sell, hold from JG Whitetown. Per game, Notre Dame will average, I guess we can buy one, sell one, hold one here, 5 sacks per game, 200 receiving yards, 2 interceptions.
By the 200 receiving yards, that's an easy one. And I'm going to hold interceptions because, 24 interceptions in a regular season is a crazy number, but it's doable. But Notre Dame getting 60 sacks in the regular season that's a big flipping number. And I don't think they get to that. But I'll say this, if they get one, they'll get the other. Like if they get sacks, they'll get interceptions. But getting that many interceptions does not mean they'll get many sacks. That's what I mean to say.
Yep.
So, yes.
Then sweet tea, lemonade, and water.
Buy water, hold sweet tea, and sell lemonade. I'm not a big fan of sweet tea. Now, I don't count, when I drink tea, it has honey in it, but I don't count that as sweet tea. I don't like sweet tea. I know that's, living in the South, I know was something that people won't like, but I'm just never been a fan of cold. I don't like cold tea, period. Even sweet tea. I'm not a big fan.
I'm going to I'm going to buy lemonade, hold sweet teas, sell water, I guess. I mean, if I could buy one over principle, I'm mixing the sweet tea with the lemonade. But
did you see the new Happy Gilmore?
Yeah.
Where Jack Nicklaus goes, can I get a half tea or half lemonade and a half tea? You mean an Arnold Palmer? No, I'm Jack Nicklaus. I get that a lot. That was so funny because they were rivals growing up, and so he wouldn't call it an Arnold Palmer. He said, "I want half tea and half lemonade." That was great. That was really funny. The best part of Happy Gilmore 2, which I rather enjoyed, it was stupid, but it was really funny, was actually the performances of some of the pro golfers. I mean, Jack Nicklaus was funny, but I thought Scotty Scheffler was hilarious. And the guy that played his caddy grown up, that's a real professional golfer. I thought it was an actor. I didn't realize he was a golfer. He was great in that movie.
Yeah.
So I rather enjoyed that. But there were some dumb parts of it, but overall, I rather enjoyed that movie. I thought it was really funny.
It was good. Buy, sell, hold from Ware's Theismann's Heisman. Bryce Young's ceiling is higher inside at defensive tackle.
I'll sell that. Maybe a day comes where that's true, but right now he's still not D tackle size. I'll sell that. But there could come a day down the road where I might buy that, but I'm just not there yet.
Drake Bowden becomes a 2-time Butkus Award winner.
Sell. If he wins it this year, I don't know that he comes back next year. And if he wins it this year, I think the reason a lot of guys don't win it twice is because he's so nitpicked that we saw this with Xavier Watts. I mean, Xavier Watts was better in 2024 than he was in 2023, but he was a unanimous All-American in 23 and a consensus All-American in 24. Yeah. He wins the Nagurski Award in 23. He's even better in 24, and he's not even a finalist for the Nagurski Award. He'll just be so picked apart that he can't win it twice, even if he comes back. So I'll sell that.
And then Jadarian Price outrushes Jeremiah Love.
Sell.
Yeah.
That's a
Fighting Irish.
That's barring it. The only way that doesn't happen is if there's an injury.
Agreed. Fighting Irish golfer, Notre Dame's rushing offense will be the best in the country.
I think from an efficiency standpoint, I buy that it could be that. It won't rush for the most yards, like not even close. But if you combine yards and efficiency and big play and all that stuff, that I'll buy. That I'll buy.
Notre Dame's defense will have 20-plus interceptions this year.
I guess we should have buy, sell, hold one of these. So I'll let you finish those because I kind of jumped the gun a little bit on that first one. Unless you want to just – I think he meant buy one, hold one, sell one. So I'll sell 20 interceptions. I'll buy the rushing offense will be the best in the country, and I'll hold. Well, see, that's a tough one because if they're the best rushing offense in the country, then they're going to be a Joe Moore Award finalist. So those two kind of go hand in hand. So I'll buy that they're no line finalists. I'll hold that the rushing offense is the best in the country, and I'll sell the 20 interceptions.
How about that? Yep, same page.
Because it's about which one comes. It's like what I said with the defense. It's which one comes first. The best rushing offense will have to come because the offensive line is a Joe Moore Award finalist. So that's building blocks. I'll go with that one. And this is the last one, Trev.
You got it. Take us home.
The
Utah
most
Irish.
submissions we've ever had, by the way, is that one.
Well, take us home. Utah Irish 77. Buy, sell, hold. Jeremiah Love rushes for 1,200 yards.
Buy. This is similar to the one that we saw earlier from Drew Rainey. So I think this actually might be Drew because it's the exact same submission.
Oh, it is the exact same.
So yeah, I'll buy that, hold the yards, and sell the sacks and interceptions.
Good deal.
Unless Utah, I think Drew Rainey is Utah Irish. So we appreciate the. I don't know if I think he maybe didn't think he got his submission in time. I wonder if that's it because it was one of the last ones we got. It was the actual last one that I got before I cut it off. So I wonder that, but I still appreciate the super chat, Drew. Also appreciate this one from Beefeater. Chris Ash is still the DC midseason, postseason 2026. Hold because I could see him getting an opportunity to leave, but just let me see how he coaches first. But I don't see any scenario where he leaves because of a bad thing by then. But yeah, so if this is you, Drew, we appreciate you. Buy Love rushing for 1,200 yards, hold quarterback throwing for 3,500, sell the 40 sacks and the 20 interceptions.
And if somehow this isn't Drew Rainey, that's crazy.
Yeah, that wouldn't it be? Like I'm pretty sure it is because Drew signed up recently, and I think that's what his handle was.
Okay, because if it's not you, Drew,
yeah, that'd be wild. Like literally word for word, the same thing
in the same order.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. That'd be pretty wild. That'd be pretty wild. So yeah, there you go.
Well, all right, folks, that's going to do it for us here today on the Irish Breakdown podcast. Now, be sure to hop over. IB Nation Sports Beat is currently going on right now. They're doing their midweek mailbag, so be sure to hop over and check them out. Now, on your way out of here, be sure to hit that like button. You guys know what to do. Be subscribed to the channel. Hit that notification bell. But as always,
and we may have a special guest tomorrow. Still working on some particulars. But we may have a national football analyst, big national football analyst, join our show tomorrow around the 2:00 window to talk Notre Dame. So we'll see. Still working out some details, but we'll see. We'll see. New member of the Believe Network. So we'll see. Working on it.
All the more reason to have that notification bell hidden to be subscribed to this channel so you know when we go live. But regardless of what does happen tomorrow, Brian and I will be back here live at 1 p.m. on the Irish Breakdown channel. Subscribe to the premium message boards. boards.irishbreakdown.com. But until tomorrow, that's Brian. I'm Trevor. We'll see you back here very soon on the Irish Breakdown podcast.